Hello, hello, hello. Pen drive?
No, can I put my computer? Okay.
मेरे कंप्यूटर में कर सकते हैं ऑनलाइन भी घूम रहे हैं Do you need a pen drive?
No. Just like Pallavi, can we download the slides from my link, this computer somehow?
I think you've already downloaded.
Oh, you did?
You download the right? Suddenly they will be ordered.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, cool. That's fine. So that looks good. So I'll just download this.
Continuous. Good morning, everyone. We'll just be starting the session. Just give us 2 minutes. Okay, once again, good morning to everyone. It gives me immense and great pleasure to welcome you all to this workshop on theory of development. Today, we come together to deepen our understanding of how ideas, observation, and evidence evolve into a meaningful and impactful theories. This program is designed to help us refine our concept, strengthen our analytical thinking, and build strong theoretical framework. Through discussions, practical sessions, and shared experience, we aim to enhance the quality and relevance and academic rigor of our research. I'm confident that this workshop will inspire innovation, collaboration, and scholarly excellence among all the participants. Thank you, and best wishes for a fruitful learning and experience. Before we start, our session's lead is Dr. Ivan Jupik, as you know, and sir has kindly consented to take the workshop this time also. Let me give a brief profiles of Dr. Ivan. He's an associate professor at the Institute of Management Studies, Goldsmith University, University of London. He received his PhD degree in management and organizations from School of Economics and Business, University of uh, Ljubljana. His research interests include bibliometric, text analysis, digital economy, high growth forms, and research methods. He is co-founder and organizer at London Text Analysis Conference. His research has been published in peer-reviewed journals such as Organizational Research Method, Journal of Business Research, Management Decisions, and European Management Journal. And we have been discussing about the bibliometric studies. Sir has a lot of experience in theory of development and in research, especially related to bibliometric analysis. And we have been taking training from SARS since 2020. We welcome you, sir, and mic is handed over.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll use it. You hear me? All right. Okay. So I'll try without a mic. So if you don't hear me, then I'll start with the mic. So thank you for the wonderful introduction. And we'll have about an hour and a half to go through the slides and look at a couple of things as well, right? So you probably have received this link before the workshop, but if you haven't, you can scan this code and get to the links, right? So there are some links online. So if you go to the Dropbox folder, there are some useful things that I put, right? So first are these slides. The slides that are looking are there on the Dropbox folder. And then I have put there three papers that you can look at and see how they actually developed the theoretical contribution, right? So they were published in solid, some of them really great journals, some of them in good but not great. So you can see, and you have Hernaus is pointed paper, Kaushik is topic modeling review, and Smolka is a quality paper, right? So you can have three examples of how other papers actually develop the theoretical contribution. And I think a good way to start is to start reading the journals that you actually want to publish, right? So if you want to publish in a certain journal, doesn't matter really how it is, right? Go and read stuff that is published there and see how they develop the theoretical contribution. Right? Because the higher you go in journals, right, the more it has to be about the theory, right? So everything we do research-wise, empirical-wise, where we collect data, we analyze data, it has to be primarily about theory. So research questions need to be about theory, and the theoretical contribution needs to be about theory, and so on. Right, and here in this folder, theory building, you'll have a number of papers that are about theory, right? So if you want to go really deep, you have a number of readings. Go here, read this. Part of this slides are based on some of these sources. So I think here you have a lot about theory that you can learn. So I would primarily, I would recommend read about what theory is, how to construct theory, and read the papers that are published in journals that you want to publish. So see how they constructed that theoretical contribution, right? And then the last thing that is on this Dropbox is the topic modeling paper that I was promising, I think, last week. So some of you were at the paper development workshop, and there I mentioned I have a paper on topic modeling reviews. So if you're using topic modeling for a literature review, this paper, Jupic, Vilevekin, and Caputo, 2026, is a review of basically every topic modeling review published. And there you have nice practices and everything, how they actually do topic modeling, how they devise research questions, how they craft theoretical contributions, how they interpret the topic modeling results, and so on. I think it's a really useful paper. And then there's one that I see we didn't upload, but I will probably during the course of this I have put together in an Excel file actually results of this paper, right? So I have put all the research questions of 150 papers and all the theoretical contributions of 150 papers that do topic modeling for literature review. And I'll add that to this because I currently cannot see it. Or no, it is here. So it is this file, topic modeling, research questions and theoretical contributions, right? So if you look at this one, right, you'll see you'll have basically two columns, right? So this is taken directly from papers, right? So these are the research questions and these are the theoretical contribution. So you have here, just in this Excel file, you have 150 examples of what they consider to be theoretical contribution for that paper. Now this is for topic modeling reviews, right? But as last week, as we talked, a lot of you are actually doing topic modeling or bibliometric reviews. So I think this should be a great resource for you if you're doing any kind of literature. that being said, let's go back to my slides. So this is a picture that you can think about, that this is our knowledge. And maybe this one is how knowledge actually progresses in one field. And this is what we know, right? This is what we know for a specific field, and this is what we don't know. And if you're doing a PhD, you're researching somewhere here, right? So what your goal is, right? This is your PhD, right? Your goal is to increase what we know. And that knowledge will actually be theoretical knowledge, right? Because theory is knowledge about the world. I'd say abstracted knowledge about how the world works. Okay? So there are phenomena, whatever is happening in the world, but the world is messy, right? So there's a lot of mess. There's no rules. If you observe something, you don't know what's happening. So when you're doing research, you're trying to figure out what is actually happening, abstract it on a little higher level, and see what are relationships between different things. Right? So I don't know, if you're researching something about HR, you'll have employees in organizations. You'll have, I don't know, motivation of those employees. You'll have then their propensity to leave some kind of work. You'll have their, I don't know, how motivated are they for a specific job, and maybe what kind of feelings they have for his job. So all of these things are constructs, right? And those constructs are the building blocks of people. And you are, when you're doing research, you are supposed to be doing research on those abstracted concepts and concepts. This is something that I like to show about the structure of the paper. I'm not sure whether you have seen it, but if you want to publish in journals, your introduction would have to be structured something like this. Not necessarily exactly, but something along those lines. And this is something I've learned during my PhD, and I still often use in my papers. And you'll see that in the end of the introduction, there should be the contribution. So at the end of introduction, you state what are your theoretical contributions to the literature, right? So what is this, right? So what is new, right? So when you're doing research, you should not just restate what it was already found, or do it on another population. That is not enough to be followed. You have to have some kind of theoretical contributions to the theory. Now we can discuss whether that's good or bad, right? But if you want to publish in journals, you'll have to contribute to the theory. So let's go through this structure, right? So first, you can state what is the problem, and this is, let's say, more a little bit wider, right? So why this is important for the society or for management, for practice and so on, right? So the problem is a little bit wider. What the conversation is, and we often talk about when you're writing papers, you're actually joining the conversation. So whenever you write a paper, you are in conversation with authors who are there before you. Right? So again, if you're working on marketing, for example, or consumer behavior, or some specific topic on marketing, let's say greenwashing, there has been multiple papers that have been published on that topic. Right? So when you focus on something, right, you have to acknowledge what was previously done on that topic. Right? And this is what you do in your second paragraph. And also this is what you do in your literature review or theoretical background. It should be the second section of it. And then you figure out what is missing, right? So-called gap, right? I don't like to use specifically the word gap in the papers, but this is essentially what you're doing, right? You're finding something that hasn't been done, right? Some discrepancy in the theory, and you want to fill it. And then when you have the gap, you state what is your research question? What are your opinions? right? And how are you gonna then respond, answer to that research question? And finally, last part of the introduction should be the contribution. So what is your theoretical contribution? So don't write a paper like a mystery. So show the reader what is actually the pure claim, and put it in the end of the introduction. Now some people then after this they like to put the structure of the paper. I'm not a big fan of this method, because if you have the standard structure of the paper like introduction, theoretical background, results, discussion, then you don't have to tell, right? If you have some, let's say, different structure, then maybe it's good to point readers towards that structure. But otherwise, I think ending the introduction with your theoretical contribution, this should be one paragraph or maybe two paragraphs, but do identify your theoretical contribution very well. And here is another alternative structure, but it goes basically along the same lines, right? So you have to address what have you actually done in the paper and what are your theoretical contributions to the literature. So and this is an example that I'm giving you in that Excel file I was mentioning earlier. Right. So in that Excel file, you have those theoretical contributions, either from the introduction or from the discussion. So all 150 topic modeling papers, research questions, theoretical contributions. I think it's a great resource if you write any kind of topic modeling review. Just go through those, and you'll see at least how other people have stated their theoretical contributions, right? And then you cannot copy exactly, but you can to some extent mimic, or at least copy the structure of their arguments. So, all right, and first, before I go to what is theory, I'll talk about what theory is not. And this is based on one pretty famous paper by Sutton and Stahl, published in 1995. And what they're saying, they have about five categories of what is not theory. And first of them, references, data, list of variable and constructs, diagrams as themselves, hypothesis. Just these things by themselves, they're not necessarily theory yet. Right? You need more. So first, you have to cite other literature, but it's not enough. Right? So if you have theories, you have to actually somehow connect them, right? So you have to have some causal logic that works between the constructs that you were actually addressing. Often people will make so-called ritual citations to famous publications. I know Schumpeter in entrepreneurship, other famous authors in marketing or other places, but often those authors will not be seriously. And you need to show how these concepts and how these constructs are connected by some logic. Right? So what are the mechanisms between them? So don't just cite things, but try to find connections between different things. And then data, just data is not theory. Right? So data will tell you about empirical patterns and what is actually happening. But again, you need causal reason, right? You need the connection between something happens and response to them. So that being said, showing the data is actually important in convincing the reviewer. So even if you have the first version of the paper that you are showing, then it's actually usually very good that you show what kind of data set you have. especially if you're doing qualitative work, right? So you can show what you have, show the quotes, show what interesting you have, and maybe theoretically the paper is not there, but maybe you'll get the chance because people will see the data is interesting, right? But data itself, it's not theory just yet. And then again, a list of variables, a list of constructs, they need to be well defined, but just by themselves are not theory yet. Right? So if you want to construct theory, you need to explain what are the relationship, what is the causal logic between those constructs. Right? So always, I mean, I think you now get the pattern, right? So we have a lot of building blocks to the theory, right? But what is really essential is that explanation, right? How things happen, right? How are things connected? So we have more various variables, but for example, in quantitative research, we'll test relationships. Right? So we'll test how those variables are connected, and then predictions based on those connections. And that will get us closer to theory. And then again, diagrams. Right? So we can drag diagrams and models. We can have nice arrows in those diagrams. But again, we need to explain how that diagram works. Right? So what is the logic of those arrows connecting constructs and so on? And we have some, for example, different least theoretical, more theoretical. We can have categories of variables, right? So we do that in literature review sometimes. We have different categories, but we're not really showing how those categories are connected. Showing causal relationships, so cause and effect between different constructs, or even temporal diagrams, right? So how the process theorizes, so how something unfolds over a longer period of time. So those diagrams can be a useful summarizing tool. However, you do need a verbal explanation, right? So you do need to explain how those models, how those diagrams actually work. And then just hypotheses themselves, or predictions from those hypotheses are not theory just yet, right? So there are connections. They're making explicit how that connections are, and they're testing that relationship. However, we need the causal logic. So again, we need the logic how we develop the hypothesis, right? And if you're writing a quantitative paper, right, you have to show the logic how and why you develop that particular hypothesis, and that needs to be done on the previous literature. Right? So also try not to have too many hypotheses. So if you test the hypothesis, try to keep them to a reasonable amount, let's say maybe 6 or something. Right? So don't have 15 or 20 or something like that. But keep them somewhere between 3 and I'd say 10 is already a little bit much, right? So try to keep them. Right. So if we want to identify strong theory, right? So we want to answer the questions of why something happens and connect to different phenomena. Right? And one thing is important, also a story. So your paper actually needs to be narrow, right? So if you're trying to involve a certain theory, right, you need to explain how this works, how this explains the phenomena that you're actually researching. Right? So your theory is instrumental in understanding. So those arguments that you're put forward, they need to be convincing, they need to be logically connected, and a good theory will explain and they will predict things. Right? So now, are we closer to the question, what is theory? Anybody wants to try that? So what is theory? All right, don't answer all at once, like one by one. I see so many hands up. Sorry? You want to go for it? All right, relationships. Okay, that's one thing, yeah.
Like if we do a research on any particular thing and that thing is happening over a long, like many period of time,
Mhm.
then I think like that phenomenon can be turned in.
So you're saying that something that repeatedly happens, and then that will show you,
As well as construct, like,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that gets us towards theory, but I think that is not enough. So you need something repeatedly, you need some kind of explanation why this happens and how this happens. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, so the theory actually connects you to what already exists. Anything else? Yes. Yeah, so new constructs as well, right? So something new that we didn't, let's say, abstract before. Yeah. What else?
A set of construct followed by a logical reason.
Yeah, that's a good one, right? So we have constructs, we have relationships between them, and we have some kind of causal reasoning that is connecting those, right? And yeah, so theory, a statement of concepts and their interrelationships that show how and why a phenomenon occurs, right? So we mentioned a phenomenon occurs again, right? But we need the explanation, right? We need the explanation why this happened, how this happens, right? And what causes actually those phenomena, right? And we mentioned that, right? So theory is interrelated constructs, definitions, propositions, and that is actually a systematic view of phenomena, right? So we have some kind of events that are happening. I don't know. We have a company and people are leaving that company. And we want to understand why so many people leave. So maybe the culture of the company is not. Maybe climate in the company is not. So these are all constructs, right? That we want to find some causal relationships, right? We want to solve why people are leaving the company. And theory tries to make some kind of order of the world. Right? So the world out there is messy. Right? So you don't see necessarily when you're out there every day, you don't see necessarily that regularity how it happens. So if you're researching, you should find that regularity and find some order in that world. So a good theory articulates what are the mechanisms, what is the causal logic that connect different variables, right? And you ask questions like, why does this relationship exist? So why is the relationship between, I don't know, a certain type of culture in the company and a big churn, a lot of people leaving the company? And under what conditions does the phenomenon that you're studying actually occurs? So theory, typically theories will consist of constructs, right? So abstract concepts, so motivation, organizational culture, job satisfaction, so on. Then we have proposition. So proposition is the basis for hypothesis, so the relationships between those constructs, and also some boundary conditions, right? So theory will not always apply to everything, right? So theory is maybe limited to a specific industry or specific context or specific setting, right? So there are very few theories that work everywhere at every time. You can think about theory also about the story, right? So you can think about your papers also as a story about certain phenomena, certain relationship between theoretical constructs, how and why this kind of things. So with theory, you can basically make sense of all of these complex world. You can generate hypotheses, that then you can empirically test with your research, but also practical insights. So practical insights for managers, for practitioners, is something can be developed, right? So there's a saying that there's nothing more practical than a good theory, right? So theory is not the end in itself, but it's instrumental in our understanding of the world. And input to that theorizing process is your research question. And that research question needs to be theoretical, right? So it needs to be about those abstract concepts, constructs that you're researching. And one way to make a contribution is change your research question that was done before. So, or maybe you apply some existing theory to a new research question. And that research question needs to be specific enough so that you can actually answer it. And then one thing that you need to think about, right? So what is your level of analysis? On what level you're doing the analysis? Are you doing the analysis on the level of individual people, or you're doing analysis on the firm level, or on the team level, or on an ecosystem level? You have to be explicit about which level you are actually doing the analysis and who you are then actually theorizing about. And sometimes maybe you have a theory that works on one level, and maybe you can take it and try to apply it to another level. Right? So you change the level of the theory, and that is kind of a way to make a contribution as well. And some theories are also multi-level, right? So they tell us how constructs on, let's say, higher levels, they influence lower levels, right? So for example, how attributes of a national economy influence companies, how attributes of companies influence individuals, and so on. Right? So this kind of multi-level theory is also one of the things that you can use. And then it's phenomenon, right? So phenomenon is kind of a lever that defines where our theory is relevant. Right? So this is the context of the theory. And the new phenomena to which old theories can be applied are, for example, I don't know, new business models, new digital AI is now coming, so we need to develop new theories about AI and so on. Right? And talking to practitioners, talking to managers, individuals, employees can be a good source of understanding that phenomenon, right? So try to connect whatever it is your theoretical understanding of the phenomena to what is actually happening out in the real world. Okay. Because the goal is not just to publish papers, but to improve the understanding of the world. And most important here are causal mechanisms, right? So why something happens? What is the connection between the cause, some phenomena, and how this phenomena affects some other phenomena or some other constant? And each discipline actually have their own set of typical causal mechanisms, right? So there are psychological mechanisms, perception, cognition, effect, sociological mechanisms, economic mechanisms, and so on, right? So if you want to make a contribution, you can introduce or import a causal mechanism that has not previously been recognized for a particular research question. You can compare different causal mechanisms for a specific research question, or you can synthesize multiple mechanisms to explore for a specific research question. And I mentioned already that the boundary conditions are also very important. So no theory is universally applicable and cannot be generalized to any context. So it's good for you to specify when you're developing that theory, where do you believe that theory to be applicable, and where does that applicability actually end? So what are the limits of those or boundary? Some theories also rely on assumptions, and if you clarify those assumptions, that's actually useful theoretical contribution as well. And if in previous work, those boundary conditions are inconsistent. Maybe you can expose these inconsistencies, right? And that's can be a contribution itself as well. Or maybe creating a different versions of theory. So there's also the craft of writing empirical papers, and this is in one of the readings. That's also on your Dropbox. So we'll go through a couple of these and see how they apply to building theory. So ensure that you're joining the conversation, that you're actually responding to something that it was done before, right? So you can see in every paper what has basically future research directions. So if you find something useful in those previous research direction, that can be good motivation for your study. And you need to know what is actually happening. Right? So whatever you're researching, right, try to be aware of where the current state of knowledge is. So that takes time, right? It will take you time, especially if you're a PhD student at the beginning, it will take you time to get to know what the literature is on your specific field. But you do need to read. So you do need to get into it because if you're not an expert in the field, then it's very difficult to figure out what is actually contribution in that field, right? So maybe you're thinking something is a good new thing because you haven't read it, but those who are experts in the field know that this has been done 5 years ago or 10 years ago or so on. So find what journals publish. Now, this has become a little bit difficult, right? Because there are so many journals, there are so many things published, so it's difficult to keep track of everything. And here I actually believe that AI can help a little bit, right? So can help you at least a little bit, help you make sense of everything that's done. Anybody actually using Notebook 11 maybe for the research? Okay, a couple. Do you find it useful? Yeah. For what do you use it for?
Reading papers.
Reading the papers. Okay.
Summarizing.
Okay.
Getting the literature.
Yeah. So I think for literature review is actually very, very helpful. I think one of the problems with LLMs is that you don't see whatever they give you the results, you don't see what the results come from. The Notebook LM requires you to do some legwork first. You upload those PDFs right up, and then whatever the responses you get, they're rooted in those PDFs. Right? So I think if you're writing a certain topic, I think a good first step is to identify all the relevant papers on your topic. So I would say first search wider, download those PDFs, put them in your folder, and then go through those PDFs. Maybe you can upload them to Notebook LM, see the summary of each paper, and then decide whether that paper is important for you, right? And then when you write a paper, I'd say try to have maybe a list of 20, 30 papers that you're actually in the conversation with that are the basis of your knowledge for the paper, right? So tools like Notebook LM, or there's also similar with Claude. Anybody using Claude? Yeah, okay. So I find Claude actually, when you generate text, I find Claude probably one of the best, right? And Claude also has projects, which are, I think, if you want to really use project on a high level, you have to have a subscription. I think you can use a basic version like that, but in a subscription type of projects, they work kind of like Notebook LM as well. So you can upload files and you can generate text based on those files, and you can then extract things from those files. So this kind of tools like Claude Project or Notebook LM, I think they're very useful if you want to use generative AI for your research. And when you have those papers that are actually previous work on the phenomena that you're researching, you will also see which journals they will publish, right? And these journals can be also a good target for you, right? So So you want to publish in journals that actually have previous publications on the topic. And if you can contribute to that conversation, then you'll have a better chance. Now, there's a thing that the publishing is also a social thing. If you have opportunity to go to conferences, try to use them. So it's not that like you'll get published because you know people, but it's easier to get into the conversation. And also, if people know you, you get some benefit of the doubt, right? It will not get your paper published, but it will get you, if it's a borderline, often connections might come. So, and also, if you're connected to, if you know people who are doing the research in your field, then you also know what's let's say, state of the art, what is the cutting edge, what are people working on now, what they think are interesting constructs, and so on. So do ensure that your paper is relevant to your conversation. So one thing you can do is also you can contribute to your literature by theorizing from another literature. So you basically try to join two theories, right? Or apply principles from one theory to explain phenomena in another theory, right? So if you have a paper, it's probably best that, let's say, one theory of field is the main, and then you have maybe another theory, one or two, depending either it's how important they are for explanations, but I'd say don't mix too many theories. Because that main theory will also tell you who is the audience for your paper. That also means who will be the reviewers that will actually review those papers. Right? And when you have a mix of theories, then none of those reviewers will be very satisfied. Right? So it's good to have maybe one anchor or maximum two, and borrow that theory that is contributing to that. Also, try not to be too critical of previous research. Right? So you have to establish the gap that there is something that you haven't been done before. But on the other hand, those people who wrote the literature that you are criticizing will also likely be your reviewers. So you try to have some respect to what comes. You can be critical to some extent, but try not to be too, let's say, mean towards previous work. So do put critique in a, let's say, not too heavy work. Right? Don't say this hasn't been researched at all. So if you say it hasn't been researched, maybe you're wrong. Maybe you haven't found the literature. Maybe maybe it's not worth researching. Right? So just that something hasn't been done, it's not reason enough to be done. Right? So you need to find better justification. And also, you can recognize that you cannot do everything in the paper, right? So try to be as focused as you can on one thing that you do in the paper, and acknowledge that all papers have flaws, they have limitations. Even previous work, they have limitations. And then it's literature review, right? So in literature review, you want to have some kind of narrative. So narrative that is connected to the thing that you are actually researching. So don't just disconnect different things, right? So this scholar said that, this scholar said that. You need to have some kind of story that tells about your phenomenon. Again, if we go back, you're researching why people leave their jobs, then you have a story. Okay, sometimes people leave because the climate is. Sometimes people leave because I don't know, their boss is not good. Sometimes people leave because there's a high competition, and they go. So whatever you're researching, you put in a story of how that phenomena happens. So what do you know? And that actually sets up for the thing later that you show how you contributed to that literature. Right? So in the literature review or theoretical background section, which should usually be the second section of your paper, you set up the thing for the discussion. right? So here you write about previous literature, and then in the discussion part, you write about how you contributed to that literature, right? So what is new? What is now that we don't know that we now know and we didn't know before? Right? So when you write, then when you write a discussion, right, that needs to be connected to your literature review, right? And discussion usually shouldn't be just where you restate the results, but you should show how you contribute to the theoretical story. So do have a story in your literature. So I usually don't like the name literature review, so I do either theoretical framework or theoretical background, something like this. But I mean, if you prefer literature review, that's fine as well. It's my personal preference that I don't like the literature review specific. Yeah.
So I also want that whenever we write about the contribution, we are also stating the same thing. What we are stating is theoretical contribution. What is the difference? So because initially in one of the review, they asked me to do a theoretical review. Try to theoretical contribution. So my student asked me to do the ICACCF framework for that book. So was that a theoretical contribution or if it's just a contribution we need to write about?
So again, I mean, theoretical contribution needs to be about theory, right? So what do we know now about the phenomenon, the mechanism? That wasn't done before, right? So I don't know your specific example, right? So, but for example, if you go to that Excel file, you'll see how different people craft their theoretical. You'll see a number of examples of how you do. But we can talk. I'm not sure I answered your question. So yeah. So then think also strategically what you cite. You'll see that sometimes paper in very high ranked journals will very rarely cite stuff in lower ranked. So when you decide what to include in your study, right, try to also judge the quality of previous work, right? So don't just include everything. So you have to include the seminal citations, and you have to include something from the journal that you intend to send, because this is something that the editors will look at, right? So if you send it to some journals and there are 0 citations to that journal, that means that you're probably sending the work to a wrong journal. So you need to have some previous work that was done in that journal and actually cite it in your paper. But don't just find any kind of papers from that journal and cite it. They need to be consistent with what you're actually talking. So then contextualize the context. So do you have context in the foreground or in the background? So if you have in the background, that means you're trying to make your research very, very generalizable. So to have it in different contexts. If you put it in the foreground, right, then you have richer theorizing, but maybe there's not so, it's more difficult to generalize. Right? And this is important, especially where you'll be doing data on non-Western context. Right? So a lot of papers, a lot of theories have actually been on Western contexts. Often, for example, if you have a study that was done in the US, nobody will question your context. But maybe if you do a study from India, it will be, let's say, more under scrutiny because of this. Right? So what would you say? Is Indian context an advantage or a disadvantage? What are your experiences? I saw you nodding there. Would you say it's an advantage?
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage? Why would you say so?
Because depending upon in general India, when we look more about stuff like you can't access locally research journals and stuff like for example the ones that are published in like
not published.
Mhm. You can't actually access it.
Yeah.
Like astronomers first.
All right, but I mean, that is more about not having access to the papers, right? I mean, more about if you collect data on let's say Indian entrepreneurs or whatever you're researching, right? Is that a disadvantage or disadvantage? Disadvantage? Well, why would you say it's an advantage?
Like in India, we have a vast culture and multiple kinds of course, in different nations also different kinds of business, but we have an access to data, more easy access to data in India. Maybe, we do not have any database yet, that would be a reason, but we have much more access to data in comparison to other countries. So as far as data collection is compared, we just need to take a consent from the participant and we can collect it.
Okay,
So from the data collection perspective, it's required.
all right, so it's an advantage. What about other?
So, if you're talking about finance, so, finding studies which is related to India. It is really underexplored, we are not able to find the study.
Mhm.
So, and, but it is disadvantage in the sense that we are not able to publish those studies.
Mhm.
And we have very limited indexes and everything, which are related to our country.
You're saying there are not enough studies, but still, even if they're not enough, they're.
Sources, it's complementary,
Mhm.
because we don't have the resources to study about them, so we are not able to make a study with that are thinking for.
Okay, and yes,
Talking about the entrepreneurship thing,
Mhm.
we go through the various studies of China. There are the various aspects of entrepreneurship being studied there.
Mhm.
But in Indian perspective, context is still missing.
Mhm.
But it's still in exploring process.
yeah. So, yeah, actually, I think it can be both. So, I think it's not an advantage or disadvantage, but it's not enough just to replicate the paper in Indian context, right? So just showing something in Indian context is not enough to get to publish, right? You need to say something theoretically new. So there will be questions about generalizability, and this is, I think, admittedly a little bit of a disadvantage. I think if you do a study in US, nobody will question is this generalizable to the whole world,
Even in
right?
India, study of North India was not replicated as generalizable into the in South India.
Yeah, even within India, yeah. So there will be questions about generalizability that you'll need to answer, but context can matter, right? So here you can show how this is an advantage, right? So if something in India in context, right, is different, so show how that context actually matters. So if you, as I said, we have different ways to theorize. You can put context in the background, and you just say somewhere we collected data in India on this, or you can put it on the foreground, right? And you say this is Indian context, and it matters because of this and that, and so. And you can show that maybe there's a theory that's developed in the US and it doesn't work in India, or you can show how some theoretical mechanisms are different. So you can try to make it work in your environment. Right? But both approaches are I'd say valid. It's up to you which one you want to take. But if you, as I said, it is not enough to just take the paper and say, okay, this one not in the US, do it in India. This will not work in better journals, right? You need to show why Indian context actually matters. So yeah, so show how that context is theoretically relevant. So don't just reinvent the wheel. Use some kind of exemplar. So novelty should be in the content, so not the structure, right? So if you want to publish in a specific journals, you can find a papers you like. So, and you cannot replicate the paper exactly, but you can replicate the structure. So find a structure that works for you, and you can see, okay, this paper, it has like we said in the beginning as an introduction, it says some general problem statement, it has It has then the, what previously has been done on the topic. It has what is the gap, how are we filling the gap, what are our contributions. You see, okay, this paper has 7, introduction has about 7 sections, 7 paragraphs. Then we have a theoretical background is structured like that. So find an example of paper you like, and you can see then how they have done a specific thing, right? And don't copy exactly, right? But you can copy the structure, or let's say at least be inspired by the structure. Let's see, right? And different structures will have for different kind of studies, right? So if you're doing a literature review, you have a different structure. If you're doing quantitative, if you're doing qualitative, you'll have different structures of those papers. And do use figures and tables, right? So tables usually help, especially if you're doing literature review. It helps if you're having in theoretical background, we have a table with what previous reviews in the topics have done. It also helps if you have a future research directions. You have a table. What are the future research directions? Possible research questions. That helps a lot. And if you can devise a good figure that illustrates whatever you're talking about, that is very highly valuable. So some kind of big picture conceptual model when you start a theory section, then that provides the reader a map of what is to come. Right? So if there is a process, you can illustrate it with a figure. And also if you have nonlinear relationships and so on, you can also illustrate. So figures, tables are very useful to help how you tell your story. And this is your contribution. Right? So this is about discussion section. Right? So you should tell how now understanding has changed. Right? So what is theoretical new about your study? Right? And this is not the same as just the results. Right? Sometimes I see papers that are there's the results, and then in the discussion section, they are just in different words said how what are those results. But you need to take it further, right? So and here you need to connect it to that literature review that you've done before. So you've done literature review or theoretical background, if we call it. You need to see now in the discussion what is actually the new and what are the insights that are from that. So your goal is to say that for the reader to say, I have never thought of that. So ideal, right? You cannot do this in every paper, but ideally you would do that. You also want to acknowledge the limitations. So always have a limitation section, and always also try to open avenues for further research. And this is also where you get cited, right? So if somebody finds inspiration in your papers, that also means that you'll get a lot of citations. Also be aware, we talk that don't just reiterate the findings, but also try not to have too broad, right? So the discussion needs to follow from your findings, but it needs it should not overstate your case, right? Whatever we do, we have our biases, our preconceptions, and we want to put that in the discussion, but discussion needs to be tightly connected to your study. So it's not an essay that is unconnected to previous thing, but it needs to be following from your results. And work on your writing skills. This has a lot changed with generative AI. So now generally everybody can write a paper that looks good on the surface, but also be careful with those tools. Right? You don't want to write a paper that comes across that looks on the surface that it was generated by the generative AI. So do and one thing with those tools is also a danger that they generate a lot of text that looks good on the surface, but when you go in and you try to understand it, you have no idea what it actually says. Right? So you have to know for each sentence you put in the paper, you have to know what it means. Right? And in this case, less is more. So so generating a lot of text can be useful at the beginning when you have to fill those pages. But then if you have a lot of text that you don't know what it means, and then just sift through that, it's a lot of work, right? So human judgment is actually very useful. It's also try to get feedback on your papers. So, and here it comes handy if you're connected in the community. You know, people who are working in the field, who are working on the same topic, you can then send the paper to them and say, okay, what do you think about this paper, right? And that feedback is usually very useful. What actually people from top institutions do is they write papers and then they go on a tour. So they go on a tour, they go to this institution, they present the paper at their research seminar, they get feedback, improve the paper, they go to another institution, they get feedback, improve the paper. So it's a whole process. So by the time they submit the paper, right, they have presented the paper many times on the research seminars and conferences. Pretty much everybody who's working in the field has seen the paper, and then when they send it to the journal, they have a very good advantage for this paper to be, because they incorporated the feedback, and pretty much everybody who could serve a reviewers have already seen the paper, right? That's not feasible always, right? So it's difficult to do all this process, but try to get some feedback from the people who are relevant in your fields. And know that writing a good paper takes many rewrites and writes, and that has not changed with strategy. So don't be satisfied with the first thing. Though if there's multiple authors, you can also rewrite what other authors say to find some kind of unified vision for it. And if you have access to good copy editor, that is still useful. Although with all these tools, at least grammatically, you can check something is correct. So the most serious mistakes can be avoided even before you send it to Flutter. So to finalize all this, I have a couple of things about using LLMs to develop here. And one thing that I find the most problem with if I work with ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude, is that you don't have the lineage of idea in generating text. Right? So you don't know where that text came from. You can ask the tool to generate references, and I have found that actually Claude is pretty good in generating those references. Right? So lately, I haven't found many hallucinations, but you need to ensure that those references are quality references first, right? And second, they're not hallucinating. So this is a, let's say, a fatal error that hallucinated references will get you banned for some journals and so on. And it's a really serious mistake. So if you use generative AI, I would say a good check is if you use one of those tools for reference. If you use Zotero, or if you use Mendeley, for each reference that you put in, go to the site, find the paper, download the citation from the original site, import it into Zotero. That will be a good check that something wasn't hallucinating. And then even if ChatGPT says that something should be referenced, get that paper, right? So if you don't read it at all, at least summarize it with Notebook 11 and so on. And here is also where the tools like Notebook 11 can help, right? Because they work from the PDFs you find, right? So you find 20, 30 of your core PDFs for your paper, you put it in Notebook 11, and Notebook 11 will show you whatever text it generates, it will show you where exactly that text comes from, right? So you can cite that text You can ensure you're not writing bullshit and that it's not that ChatGPT just generated something. So, as I said, I'm a big proponent of NotebookLM. And as I said, cloud projects, I find it even better, but NotebookLM is free and cloud projects for you use it as the right model. So you upload, you need to pay subscription to be able to upload files. So, but NotebookLM is accessible to everybody. It also can generate slides. It can generate a podcast. If you're more of a, let's say, if you like to listen, it can generate a podcast on, let's say, on 20 papers, or maybe on a specific paper. You can trace where the claims comes from, and the drawback is that you need to do the legwork first, right? And I find this drawback to actually be good, because it will ensure that you have actually the relevant pool of knowledge on which you can build. One thing that you can do, have you tried to ask those models to critique your papers? No? So do it. But use thinking models. If you ask the model, okay, do a constructive critique of my papers when you have a draft. What suggests specific things that that I should change? Sorry?
If we upload our paper and ask them about to critique our paper,
Yeah.
what did I ask paper to make that AI?
That depends. I mean, if you have a paid version, you can turn off them. If you don't have a paid version, then yes, theoretically, it can go into the pool that it is trained from. But to be honest, I'm not too concerned about that. I mean, I'm not writing about something that is life and death. I don't have any sensitive thing in the paper, so I tend not to care. But maybe you have a different thing you want to care. But I mean, even if it's that before you upload the paper, before they train the models, before the new model is published, it will be a lot of time. So. But as I said, this is your decision. But I do it with all my papers right now. I have actually this process. So I would put them to ChatGPT, to Claude and Gemini, generate critiques, and then see who suggests best. So whenever you use these models, I'd say it's always good to use an ensemble of models. Don't use just one, because they're trained in a little bit of a different way. And some are good at other things. For example, I find Gemini very good at analyzing stuff, but I don't like the text that Gemini generates. So I really like Claude for generating text. ChatGPT is also good for analysis, and so on. So I'd say always use an ensemble of models. Don't just take for granted what they say. Your judgment is actually important. So I think we are still a researcher. We still need to decide what is good, what is bad, what to include, what to leave out, because they will suggest a lot of things. And you have to be smart enough to figure out what makes sense for your paper and what does not, right? And the more that you can point the model to whatever you're researching, the better its suggestion will be, right? So some kind of persona prompting at the beginning to say, I don't know, if you're writing a human resource management, say you are a researcher, academic researcher on human resource management, maybe mention specific theories or something like that at the beginning, so that you put the model in the specific context, right? And then you will get better results for this. If you ask it to critique your papers, always use the thinking version of the models, right? Don't use the fast version. Also, I found actually Quen sometimes useful, right? So Quen is Alibaba's model, and I kind of find that it works in a slightly different way that is sometimes useful. But I think having different models and having your judgment, then say, okay, this model suggests better things than others. This is something we will use, because you'll have, when you ask people to critique, you'll have too many things that you need to change. And one thing that you could do actually, ask them all to suggest how you should change the paper for a specific job. That I find actually also pretty useful. Right? Don't take it too literally or too seriously. So sometimes it will suggest things that are, let's say, not very good. But sometimes it suggests things that are appropriate. Right? You can also ask it, okay, which journal would be appropriate to send this paper? And you'll get a good list from top journals to middle journals and so on. But there's a lot of things. I think these models are useful. So you basically have at your fingertips the access to all the knowledge, textual knowledge in this book. Right? So these models have been trained on everything that practically exists, right? And it would be a pity not to use it, but it would be also a pity to use it in a naive way, not very smart. So use it in a smart way. Right? Use your judgment. Use it as a research skills. Use it different models. Compare them. Don't just generate text, put in the paper, and just send it out. Right? That will not get you very far. And also check what are the journal AI policy. Because you also don't want to be too much in the violation with the policy. But as long as I see, I think we're now in a flux where these methods are not totally legitimate yet. So you need to be careful with certain journals. But I think, in my opinion, they're so useful that it will get legitimated a way to use it, but it will take some time. That's it. Thank you.
Questions?
Very well done. I'm sorry, how many theories? I think I would say to have one primary theory, then maybe another one that somehow contribute maximum 3, but that's it. Usually. So sometimes you have interconnection of 2, but right off, not rule. Yeah, I'd say not firm rule, but yeah, for the
Any other questions? I can ask.
In my study, entrepreneurship, I noticed a pattern in a specific area. How can I, and I study on the grounded theory study, how can I in grounded theory, you are supposed to be ending with that theory, or addition to a theory. How do I support that I'm constructing this theory and what is this?
I mean, usually, have you read about Joy method?
Yes, sir.
So this Joy method is currently the most used basically way
Yeah.
justifying this kind of study. So what you do, you need to build that kind of this construction what you
First order, second order,
Exactly.
and
Exactly, right.
then.
So this is somehow your proof that you construct this inductively from your.
Okay, and to support that, as that theory is on Indian context, and for a specific region, maybe North India, South India, and all over India.
Yeah.
So how will I do I need literatures to support that? So,
I mean, you're finding slow, but you need to show what has been done, right? So on a specific topic, right? So you're writing about some theoretical concept. Right? What is the topic of yours?
I'm studying women entrepreneurship with relevance to family,
Okay.
and how the family changes their entrepreneurship journey.
So there is extensive literature on women entrepreneurs, extensive literature on family business.
Yeah.
So you need to find specific studies that are exactly what you're, because there's so many stuff, right? You have to be focused on those 20, 30 that are most relevant, right? And then see how is story in your context, different than what those previous works said. Right? So we need to see what is new, what is different. It's not, if you just confirm everything that's been said before, then it will be difficult to publish it directly. But as I said, just a new context is not enough to make it public. But you need to show what is actually different. And maybe there is some, but there are maybe some differences that are.
Like some papers stating that this is the trend of women entrepreneurship in this region. And this is a theory that paper suggested. And I'm a bit molding that or adding to it. So I can use that literature to.
But usually theories wouldn't be connected to a specific region, right? But there will be maybe some characteristics of a region. Right? So theoretical characteristics of a region that are relevant for the theory. So relationship between family business and women education, whatever exact cost of it. So don't think as this is a theory about specific region, but what are the characteristics of that region that are important for what I'm finding?
Okay. Thanks.
Any other question? I have a question.
Yeah.
Sir, when we write the qualitative paper,
Yeah.
so we use some theories to back up our study. So shall we discuss the theories in the technical background or the discussion section?
That's a good question. I think for qualitative papers, you have basically two ways to write. One is the classical way where you discuss all this theory in the literature review section. And then the other way is that you have very light theory, theoretical background or literature review section. It's maybe 2-3 paragraphs. And then you have very extensive discussion where you use. So maybe, I think both are just that you discuss it more extensively in literature review. And the other one is that you just mention it in literature review and then discuss it extensively how it is relevant for your study in the discussion. So I think both of these are.
Actually, we counted it very effectively there in this language. Because we cannot start like thinking about theory that is we say that we are now explaining something. And then we are like then later we are putting this thing. Basically, the conclusion is there. You should have mentioned the introduction part or the discussion part. Because actually, see, obviously we are taking something in mind. We are working on learning of entrepreneurs. So basically, I have my experiential learning because actually they are learning by doing it and then reflecting it. So if I mention that in the introduction part, basically again is against the counter theory.
No, I wouldn't say it is against, right? So it is, I mean, grounded theory. What it says, it's not so much about writing papers. It's about the process of research. So when you are researching, right, you shouldn't be limited to that theory you have in mind, right? Of course, you are not. You cannot be totally oblivious to theories, but when you're researching, right, you're trying to build your theory from the ground up, right? So you're not saying at the beginning of the research process, okay, I'm doing this connected with this theory, but you're open to what your data will show. Right? But then in the paper, right, you have various options, right? So I don't think it's wrong to mention that theory in the introduction. Yeah. So one of these papers actually does grounded theory, I think. So that the ones that I uploaded, right? So where is it? So if you have the paper that's called Smolka 2026. So this one was published in a very good journal. And it was also using this kind of grounded theory, construction, Joya methodology. So you can see there, or any, actually, I mean, you can look at other papers, right? And see, as I said, find exemplars. Whatever type of paper you're using, try to find exemplars. It doesn't have to be on the same topic, but find exemplars that are published in a quality journal. See how they did things. Maybe not just one, maybe find a couple, right? And then decide which one you like. And then see how they did things. Did they mention theory in the introduction? Did they have a very short literature section or very long one? So we can maybe take a quick look at this one, right? This is about songwriters in Nashville. They have a very short introduction, actually, right? And they do mention some about previous work, although not specific theories as far as I can see. But they have a pretty extensive paragraph at the end of what they have found. And then they have quite a long literature review, right? That actually reviews what previous things, right? So here you have this. And then comes all the rest. Right? So I'd say try to find those papers, those exemplars from the either from your field or from others, but make sure they're published in quality journals and see how they do different things.
Any other questions?
One more question about the critical implication of this section, because always the confusing thing is what specifically we have to write about the critical implications, because sometimes we see in the, very for paper that it's very, standard, they are using same kind of, sentences. But when, because, so that's why I'm really focused on the technical implications. So, can you please tell us what is the thinking on anyway?
I'm not sure I have a concrete answer. So in theoretical implications, what you should put again, what is new? So what is actually new for a theory that your study has actually found? And I think that's pretty specific for your paper, although there must be techniques that are used all over. I think it's a very difficult to answer what exactly I mean.
Okay, let us sum up what we discussed in today's workshop. I have jotted down something, just will just be give me a brief of it. We discussed about what is theory, what is not theory, what is phenomenon, why causal relationships are important in theory, boundary conditions, boundary limits, why, how to ensure your paper relevant to your scholarship, where to use AI judiciously, how to use notebook, LLM, and Claude, why to attend conference before publishing the papers, what is barn builder, and try to be a barn builder, not as a barn destroyer. In literature review, tell your story, not summarize other stories. Name the sections, start with the theoretical framework. Think strategically what to cite. Seminal citations of theories are very much useful. Contextualize the context. Indian context is advantage or disadvantage. You have your own opinion, you make it, suppose you are writing on Indian context, then make it very strong so that it will never be rejected. And in India is used as a social science lab. So you cannot just say that in India, you cannot just use the resources here, you cannot just neglect India's and will go forward for the Western philosophy and Western theory. We are Indian, our research is very much related to India, though. So you have to be very judiciously think about this. How our understanding has changed the topic, working on writing scale, using LLM to develop the theory, hallucinated references should be avoided, use of Google Notebook, LLM, RAG model, cloud projects, Gwen, and many more things we discussed. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
An announcement, all the students, all the participants go to room number 217. There is a poster presentation there and it will be followed by a lunch in 216 fire area. Everyone are invited for the lunch at 1:30, but before that, you have to make a move to 215 where the poster presentations are there. This announcement I forgot, I'm very sorry.
And always, whenever they interact, they have a new idea for a research paper. So thank you very much for taking out time and looking forward to see you tomorrow as well for inviting.
I have been attending the workshop since 2020, and each time I learn something new. Also, I learn many things which I shall be carrying out in future. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hello, check, check.
Devina, you can listen us? Hello? Devina? Deborah? उसी को अपना पोस्टर डिस्प्ले में ले आए उसका पोस्टर डिस्प्ले कर आपका Deborah, you are listening us?
Deborah, we would like to request you to please share your screen and present your finger is poster.
Hello? Hello? Deborah? She is not able to listen us.
Hello.
Yes. Can you please display your poster?
Okay.
You please be prepared for presentation, okay? We'll call your name first.
Okay. Mm.
ठीक है बट वो देखी कैसे ये है इतना है तो जनों के पहले उसको बिठाओ अपनी कुछ ऐसे हम कुछ
Devina, we will call your name. It may be, hello, Devina? Devona, we will call your name. So it may be first, it may be in between, or it may be at last, okay? You be prepared.
Okay. I've shared the screen. Is it seen?
Yeah, it's visible.
It is visible.
Okay.
We can see you in any window. You can also display you, okay? Only we can
Okay.
see your presentation, but we cannot see you.
So I should open another window?
It is okay. Interesting.
Minimize it. Primary movement.
Yes. Not audible, not audible.
Possible? Then no problem. If they'll like when you present na, then move your slide together, like after the introduction and then second, third part. Okay.
Okay, so before presentation, I should remove this sharing, right?
No, when you present now, so you have to move your screen so that they can see your other work as well, because we are not able to see the whole like poster here. We're only able to see the introduction and the service quality.
Hmm.
So when you will present, so you have to move and then you have to proceed one by one to the sections. Okay.
Okay, I have to present the 1 to 3 sections.
I'm not able to understand what.
You said I have to present how many sections?
You have to present your whole your whole poster, right?
Poster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so the issue is that the poster should be seen, all of it, right?
What?
The thing is, the poster should be seen, the all poster.
क्या बोल रहे हो, समझ आया कुछ? I'm not able to understand the whether your voice is not like clear to me.
Okay, here the poster is showing only 2 parts, right?
You just wait. When we'll start now, we'll let you know. Okay.
Okay,
Then we'll tell you that what you have to do.
okay.
Okay. Devang, I would like to request you to mute yourself. Deborah, please mute yourself.
Yes,
Please mute yourself.
okay.
Yeah.
ये ऐसा क्यों नहीं हो रहा हमारे इसमें मिनिमाइज क्यों नहीं हो रहा कर रहे हैं मेरे भी लॉजिकल
तीन डालो थ्री अरेंज करो करेक्ट अंग्रेजी तो इसको अरेंज कैसे करो
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इसमें मास मीडिया के बारे में मास ये मैं आपको लोकेशन भेज देगा लेकिन भेज सकते तो ओके मारे मेरे हायर एजुकेशन है
हाँ जी हाँ जी
Second paper भी ऐसे आया था इकोनॉमिक्स इकोनॉमिक्स इकोनॉमिक्स
मेरे पैर माय पापा तो ऐसे उसको पूरा बोलना है स्टार्टिंग टू गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन पढ़ते करो नहीं और तेज बोल नहीं तेज बोल शर्मा गई।
बोलो
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of
Amity College of Commerce and
Finance, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, we warmly welcome you all to the poster presentations.
भागना नहीं है
Right.
धीरे धीरे यही प्रैक्टिस है
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Amity College of Commerce and Finance, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, we warmly welcome you all to the poster presentation session of the International Conference on Business Transformation for Sustainable Entrepreneurship and Value Creation, edition 3rd, in collaboration with the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA UK. We would also like to sincerely thank our knowledge partners, Middlesex University Dubai and Goldsmiths University of London, for their constant support and guidance. Sustainable partners, Indian Oil, EcoStar, Chal Charkha, and Papernest for their valuable contribution towards promoting sustainable practices. It is a pleasure to host today's poster presentation session, which highlights innovative research ideas and encourages meaningful academic interaction among students from diverse backgrounds. We are honored to have with us our esteemed guests, Dr. Ivan Zupik, Associate Professor, Goldsmiths, University of London, Dr. Rashita Puthia, Senior Lecturer, Middlesex University, Dubai. Your academic contributions and global perspectives add immense value to this conference. For participants, you will have 5 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for questions and answers. Once again, a warm welcome to everyone. We wish you all a successful and enriching session. Now, we would like to request our guests to proceed with poster presentations.
Do you need a mic? So,
So, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, you will get how people are companies and how much they like to get and how much returns they have got by investing. Investing and what's the what the policy making for that's from the bank or bank professionals. But for our side, we was strictly investment. We can say vegetables that are not good, you have to really love it. This is something. But when
Eh? Cancel, yoyote cancel. Mwambie cancel.
Please mute yourself.
We have one online presentation as well. So we would like to request our guests to look into the last online presentation. Deborah, you can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting my poster. My paper was about examining the relationship between service quality and customer satisfaction for the case of the CRDB Bank in Tanzania. So I'll start with the introduction. So the introduction part explains about service quality. Service quality is a key factor influencing customer satisfaction in the banking sector. So the study examines the relationship between the service quality and customer satisfaction. We used the ServQ model, and the data collected were from 102 customers who are the users of CRDB Bank. So the results show that service quality has a positive impact on customer satisfaction. I will explain more to the other parts. So the service quality dimensions that I used, there are 5 main dimensions. One is reliability, and second is tangible, third is empathy, fourth is assurance, and the next is responsiveness. So when we talk of tangibles, we mean the physical things or the physical assets that are to the banks. For example, the bank halls, the instruments, maybe chairs, the way the appearance of the bank affects the customer satisfaction, but also the empathy. We look up on how the workers take the people's problems. How do they solve? How do they feel the people's problems? Also, the reliability. About reliability, we talk of how are bank services reliable to the customers, like the number of branches, the number of ATMs, the number of how are the services accessible to the customers. Also, about the assurance, we are talking of the being assured of the services at like any time the customers need and anywhere they are assured of their services. And then responsiveness, how are the workers or how is the bank responsible and how is it responding to the people's problems? So those are the main qualities or dimensions that we were checking on this paper. So for the methodologies, I used the research design. For research design, I used descriptive cross-sectional study, which it will describe the demographics, but also it uses the cross-sectional study means I collected data from one point of study. It did not take a very long time. It just took like almost 1 month to collect the data. So the target population was the CRDB Bank customers in Tanzania. That's a bit. Then the sample size was 102 respondents. So the sampling method I used was simple random sampling, which allows each customer to involve or to be part of the sample. And then the data collection tool I used, it was the questionnaire. So I prepared a Google form, I prepared the questionnaire, and then I distributed among the people who are the customers of the bank. Then I used the 5-point Likert scale, ranging from strongly disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree. So the data analysis tool that was used is SPSS, statistical processing for social science. And then for the analysis part, I first used descriptive analysis for describing the demographics like age, gender, occupation, family level, or family income, the general demographics. And for correlation, I used it to test the relationship between the customer service, the service quality and customer satisfaction. What's the relationship? Like, is there any relationship or not? And I used the regression analysis to test for prediction, like how are these service quality dimensions affecting the customer satisfaction, to what level are they affecting? So the significance level was 0.05. For the results, all the dimensions of service quality, they were positively and significantly related to customer satisfaction. But reliability showed the strongest, followed by assurance. Assurance had a moderate correlation, and then responsiveness, it had a weak correlation, but still it was significant. So also the other dimensions were moderate. So the highest was reliability. So according to the results, it shows that the bank's reliability is the one that affects mostly customers' satisfaction. So for the recommendations and conclusion, it's that the CRDB bank should improve reliable services, as we have seen that reliability is the most factor that influences customer satisfaction. So it should improve reliable services, modern facilities, and staff skills to enhance service quality. So overall conclusions that better service quality, especially reliability, significantly improves customer satisfaction and competitiveness. Thank you all.
Thank you. Start.
Could you explain a very nice presentation? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could you explain what was the motivation behind this study and the research gap that you identified helped you to undertake this study?
Okay. Actually, what motivated me is that, first of all, I'm the customer of this bank, and I've been facing a lot of problems while doing my transactions. When I need some of transactions, like it will take long, or I want to get exactly what I wanted. So I thought of doing a research on this area and see if also maybe other people are feeling the same issue that I'm feeling, or it's only my side. I just wanted to see if the bank is really doing well or it's by my side. So since I'm a customer of this bank, I wanted to do a research and know exactly what are they doing and what's the problem in the bank. And also about the research gap is that I've seen most of the studies have been doing this service quality dimension and customer satisfaction in other areas. In other areas, I mean maybe healthcare, others do in service line, for instance, aeroplanes and other services. So like most of the studies have not done the research in this banking sector, but also researches have been done in other areas. Like in Asia, also there are some studies have been done. I've seen also in Africa, there's some studies have been done in Rwanda. But for the case of Tanzania country, there are no studies that have been done regarding this customer satisfaction and service quality. So that's what drove me to do this research.
All right, thank you for your presentation. I have maybe one question. So the results that you mentioned are pretty much what you would expect, right? So is there anything surprising that you find when you did your study?
Yeah, of course. What surprised me is that I never expected if reliability would show the strongest relationship. By the way, I thought of maybe other factors, let's say the tangibles and empathy, because most of people, they are into tangibles. They need to see, for instance, when you go to the bank, some people would need that good customer care, would need to see the banking halls are clean, would need to see maybe the chairs and everything that is physical or seen, they need to see them clean. Like some of the people feel that's the way the bank could be. But according to the research, it has shown that reliability is the most influencing factor. These other factors, although they influence, but they are not strong as reliability. So it shows reliability is the most among all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, presentees, for your presentations. Now we would like to request our guests to proceed with the certification distribution ceremony. Yes. Please all can give a big round of applause.
Come both. Yeah, come both for one picture.
रेशम अग्रवाल, ऐश्वर्या कर्म.
दोनों को देखना.
You can. कनिष्का चौहान.
Between.
काजल चौहान. तानशी यादव. कृति तिवारी. हेलना जेकॉब. केविन बिरजू.
Virajpuri. Shalu Pandey. Simran Bhatia.
Everybody, please come. All present.
Unataka nini bank account?
Deborah, please mute yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sure.
Your certificate will be online, will be mailed to you.
Stage block, first floor. It's on the first floor.
I'm going to take a moment. Deborah, you can leave. Thank you so much for joining. Deborah, are you here? Yes, you can leave. Thank you so much for joining, and your certificate will be sent to you through the mail. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure. आपको वो मिला है किट के लिए होगी उस किट के अंदर रखो
हेलो मोमिन सर।
अरुण भाई।
हाँ ठीक ठीक ठीक, ओके ओके।
अच्छा
थैंक यू
ठीक है,
थैंक
आप आपकी भी आ रही है।
Yeah. Leave. Leave now.
That's not me. I know. Yeah, Ivan is here.
No. I'm sorry.
Dr. Linda joined.
Pardon me?
Linda joined, then you can start.
Yes, sure.
First. Yeah.
He's facing some problem in joining today.
Also.
We are just resending.
Okay.
He's not visible. Hi, Linda. We are just starting your session.
Good afternoon.
We have Dr. Deepti with us. He'll be coordinating the session.
Good afternoon.
We are not able to hear you.
Afternoon. Can you hear us? Oh, we are not able to hear you. No, not now.
Better?
Yes.
You can hear me? Great.
Yes. Afternoon.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bella. Thank you so
Let me just give a brief profiles of you, and Dr. Rashida is here and all the participants are here also. Just 1 minute, I'll be taking your precious time to introduce you and to your workshop session. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a privilege to welcome you to this afternoon session on qualitative research in the age of AI. As technology rapidly transforms the way we collect and analyze and interpret data, artificial intelligence offers powerful tools to enhance research depth and efficiency. At the same time, it challenges us to preserve human insight, ethical responsibility, and contextual understanding. Today's discussion will explore how researchers can effectively integrate AI with qualitative methods to produce meaningful, credible, and socially relevant knowledge. And just 1 minute I'll be taking to introduce to the participant about you and Dr. Rashida. Dr. Linda Hyland is a chartered psychologist, chartered membership of the British Psychological Society, and a member of the American Psychological Association, APA. She earned her PhD in Science Psychology from National University of Ireland, Maynooth, and holds a MSc in Health Psychology from the University College London. She also completed professional and postgraduate certificate in teaching and learning at NUI Maynooth and Middlesex University, Dubai, respectively. Dr. Hyland, a senior fellow in the Higher Education Academy, integrates evidence-based pedagogy into her teaching and practice. And Dr. Rashida is a lecturer in Middlesex University, Dubai, and Madam will help us in coordinating with Dr. Linda and participant. And over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind and warm introduction. And how I wish I was with you in person today. But this is great. I'm very happy to be able to meet with you all online and to see you, and hopefully it will be a fruitful discussion. I have slides to share. I don't know, Rashida, if you have them on your side, but I can share them here if I get the permission to do so.
Yeah. Just hold on, Linda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you have permission, you can share your
I have
slides.
permission. Okay, great stuff. Thank you very much.
Linda, you are sharing them or should we share it?
I can share them on my side, if that's okay. Let me just take a moment. I'm not very proficient in Zoom. There was a time when I was quite okay with Zoom, but not so much in the last little while. So I am going to share now. I hope you will be able to see.
Yep. Yes, we can see, Linda. If you can put it on full screen mode.
Yeah, I will do that.
Perfect.
Are we good?
Yes, Linda, good to go.
Great. Thank you, Rashida. So even though I'm here in Dubai and you're all in Noida, I'd like this to be as interactive as possible. Let's see how it goes. And if we can get to know each other a little bit better, that would be amazing. I'm going to talk through a few different things in our session today. I want to spend a little bit of time at the start getting to know you, to see where you are in terms of qualitative research, your areas of interest, what it is you are looking at in qualitative research, if you have experience using it before or doing that kind of project before, and what your thoughts are on it. I'm going to spend a bit of time as well talking about analytic integrity, because this is something that's been quite recently at the forefront of qualitative research and research in general. And we'll have a bit of back and forth. Hopefully you will all feel free to ask any questions you have. Please stop me mid-sentence. I don't mind at all. Rashida will give me the heads up and we'll carry on. So I wanted to share a little bit about myself. I mean, you've had the introduction to me there, and I want to sort of situate myself as a researcher. So I started life as a very much quantitative researcher. I was not into qualitative research for the longest time. And that's to my great shame, because I've grown to love it a lot and to see the huge benefit in qualitative research. But I still consider myself to be a methodological pluralist. So I wouldn't say that I am 100% qual research or 100% quantitative research. I select the methodology for my research projects based on the research questions that I have and the aim that I have for the project. And I don't feel any allegiance to a particular methodological approach. I use quant when it's appropriate. I use qual when it's appropriate. And I'm quite comfortable with mixed method research. When it comes to my qualitative background, I've done a bit of work using a form of analysis called interpretative phenomenological analysis, and that's used quite a lot in health psychology, which is my background area, and reflexive thematic analysis as well. And we'll be talking about some researchers who've really paved the way for qual research, especially reflexive thematic analysis as we go on. I want to, in my research, focus on the experiences of participants, because although we can collect qualitative data in many different ways, for the most part, I've collected qualitative data through interviews and focus groups. And that gives me the kind of rich data that is really useful when doing a qualitative research project. You don't want something that's very, brief responses, sort of superficial answers to questions. You want something that you can really dive into. And when I'm doing research, I aim for researcher reflexivity, which many of you might already have come across. You might have done this in your own research projects, but basically, when I talk about researcher reflexivity, I mean I situate myself in relation to the project. What is the topic of my research project? Have I got any vested interest in this? Have I got skin in the game? Am I already biased in some way, either negatively or positively towards the topic? So where am I? What's my position in relation to the topic that I'm researching? And I think that this is an often overlooked part of qualitative research, because with qual research, historically, there's been this hierarchy of research where quantitative research has been seen as very reliable, very scientific, very rigorous, and qualitative research has been afforded like a lower place in the hierarchy. But I think with researcher reflexivity, that does a lot to enable the reader of qual research to see the perspective of the researcher. And we'll come back to this later on. I like, as we all do, to be ethical in my research decision making and to try and convey the thoughts, the feelings, the attitudes of the respondents as close to their true experiences as possible, while at the same time understanding that while we might try to walk in somebody else's shoes when we're collecting qualitative data, we can never truly do that. And methodological transparency matters to me as a researcher. I know that it matters to editors and reviewers of journal articles, because I've seen journals putting out statements on this more and more frequently in recent times. Now, I am so delighted that my dear colleague and friend Rashida is there. I want her to share a little bit of her own thoughts and background on qual research, because you'll have an opportunity to interact with her more directly in this workshop than with me. So Rashida, the floor is yours.
All right, Linda, I think I'll put this question to the participants out here, and I'll get their what's their opinion, their thoughts, the projects that they're going through, and then maybe summarize it to you. All right.
Perfect. That sounds good. Thank you.
So to our dear delegates out here, has anyone dabbled with qual research? What are your thoughts on it? Are you considering it? And how did you go about maybe doing this? Yeah. Anyone who has? Do you have any specific one involved? Yes, go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So basically, my research is focusing on mixed method research. So basically, qual and con both. So when my experience, I would like to share in qual. I think the most difficult part surrounds when the data collection, when we reach out to the participants or respondents to for their experiences. So basically, I am working on the grounded theory method, and right now I have done my analysis, and what I have found, there were some certain confusions regarding theory and all. So today morning itself, I cleared it from Evan sir. So yeah, that's my experience.
You want to share a little bit on your topic and why you think all was a good, you know, a methodology for your research? Because in my case, and I think I've shared that to Linda, I'm also in my PhD journey, just for your information. So I'm a chartered accountant, not yet a doctor, but so I also wanted to do mixed methods. But in my review stage, I was told that no, this just doesn't fit the research question. And that's what Linda was trying to say, that from the first point, she says, I select the methods on the research question. So could you just elaborate why mixed methods was ideal? And did you do first qual, then quant? How does it go?
So basically, my research area involves how the sustainable entrepreneurs are promoting sustainable consumption in the economy. So I am focusing on both the entrepreneurs and the consumers. So it is a sequential exploratory. First, I am doing the qualitative analysis or interviews from the entrepreneurs, and then moving on to the consumers. So basically, I have selected the mixed method to identify first the perspective of the entrepreneurs, what are the problems they're facing, and how they're catering to the market, to the audience in the sustainable field, because it is very nations right now. People are skeptical around the sustainable products and their services. So what are the strategies they are implementing? So basically it required in-depth interview answers. That's why it focused first on the qualitative part and what they have answered and what are the factors they have identified while interacting with the consumers and their market. So that has put to the quantitative phase. So then we have focused on the consumers for validating their answers. So that's why how I have used the mixed method research design.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Someone else from this section who would like to contribute? Oh, it's a very heavily quant. Yeah, yes, we have. Okay, go ahead, please. Linda, I hope you can hear. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm also working on IPA, interpretation,
Okay.
which is ma'am's expertise. And currently, I'm in my data collection stage. So the most problem I face in collecting the data to ask, generally, I'm working on the failure, the learning perspective from the view of failure. It's a collapse to clarity. So it is very difficult to make them understand that we're not going to deal with the your dark side or your that kind of life. It's just for the focusing on the learning. So the yes of the failures. So it is very tough to give their consent to ready for the interview.
Would you like to just give us a context of the topic so that Linda could guide you?
Yes, ma'am. So the topic is collapse to clarity, unveiling the lived experience of failed Indian entrepreneurs. Where I just wanted to know what are the reasons how they learn from their own failure, and it's specifically focused on the startup because there are so many data or quant data shows that a good number of startups have failed in India, but no one is focusing on the lived experience of those entrepreneurs, why they are failing, what they have everything surrounded to that. It's very after the interview I can just summarize what is the real reason. Right now I'm just exploring what could be
Guidance for this young scholar who is saying one of the challenges that he faces in doing an IPA is basically his topic is entrepreneurs who have failed, but his objective is to find out the learning experience, what they learned from this failure. He's finding it challenging to get consent from these kind of people, that his research objective is about understanding what was learned from that failure. So any guidance on that from your end?
Right. Topic-wise, it's a lovely topic and a very worthwhile one, and something that I think you're completely right. There's less attention given to the experiences of the lived experiences of those who failed. There are lots of research studies out there among entrepreneurs, qualitative research projects. I've done one myself with colleagues in the university here, but the challenge is whenever researching something that is deeply personally meaningful and it's a negative thing or perceived of as a negative thing in a person's life, it can be really difficult to convince them that, this is something that will add value and that, you're not judging them when they're sharing their experiences, but rather this is a purely academic pursuit and you want to see the learning that they've had in that journey. The only advice I can give to you there is to be as transparent. So speaking of transparency, methodological transparency, be as transparent as possible and say to them, this is where I'm coming from. And it is only because even in, negative circumstances where someone's business, which is such a personal thing to them, when something like that fails, what has been the learning process? What were the points at which, if you'd known then what you know now, would you have made any different? Would you have done things differently? Would you have made any changes? And it's interesting because the two people, you and the previous speaker, the other attendee, you're taking different qualitative approaches. Grounded theory, obviously the development of theory and larger sample sizes, etc., is a very different approach from your one, IPA. But I think both very valid approaches to take with respect to your two different topics. I think with any kind of research where the data being collected is emotive, if it's very sensitive, if it's linked to a time in someone's life where they experienced like a crisis or a difficulty, the challenge for the researcher is that you've got to sell them on the concept of the project and of giving you the time to collect the data.
All right. Does it answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the insight, ma'am.
Thank you very much. If not, let's move on. Good to go. All right. So thank you.
Good. So we've kind of addressed some of this already. Some of you are thinking about doing research. Some of you are actively involved in research. I bet there are some people in the room, Rashida, who have a project on the go right now, but maybe don't feel that they want to talk about it at the moment, maybe later. So some of you in the room will be thinking about, or possibly in the future, designing a qualitative study, and you'll be thinking how to go about that, where to begin, because in many cases, qualitative research is something, I'm going to say, more organic, that flows and grows over time. With qual research, although it can happen with some forms of qualitative research, it's quite often the case that there's no hypothesis. We're not testing for something. Instead, we want to see really what is the lived experience of participants or what's going on in their lives. So for people who've come from a very positivist, realist, quantitative mindset, this can feel very unsteady ground to be on. Like, how do I even start going about a project if I don't have a hypothesis? So, reading qual research, looking at journal articles that have been written qualitatively across the different forms of qualitative research is a really good place to start if this is where you're at the moment. And then obviously, moving from the stage where you've designed a qualitative study to the collection of data. And this could be interviews, it could be focus groups, observations. You could do qualitative research on text that is in the public domain already. There's a lot of different ways we can get qualitative data. But depending on the type of project you're researching, you may prefer to choose one over the other. And I'll give you an example. When collecting focus group data, there's always, of course, the practical, pragmatic considerations, getting a group of people to agree to be in the one place at the one time, whether that's in person, a focus group in one like room, or online at one time. That can be challenging. I remember collecting focus group data from teachers in a school in Dubai during COVID lockdown, and that was really hard to get people to agree to meet at this one particular moment in time. Similarly, another difficulty of focus groups is that they don't lend themselves particularly well to the collection of very sensitive or emotional data. So, for example, if you're looking at a time in a person's life, and I'll go back to the previous speaker's comment on failed entrepreneurial ventures. This can be really challenging because it's something that is so deep and personally felt for the individual that they might not feel comfortable sharing this in a wider group, even if they know that the data will be used only for the purpose of research and, let's say, for your later publication. They still might feel like, I'm so vulnerable and this subject is so raw to me that sharing it among others isn't where it's not what I want to do. They might be more comfortable doing a one-on-one interview. And this is the same in psychology. We see this all the time. Whenever we're dealing with something that is very personally meaningful, I recommend my students collect data using interviews. Some of you will already have qualitative data and you're moving on to the initial stages of coding, looking at themes, developing your analysis further. And that can be quite an exciting stage. And we're going to spend quite a bit of time on this part of it today. And some of you might be at the end of the journey, the qualitative journey, and you'll be like maybe writing up research. In the audience, some of you might be supervising research, or you may be thinking about publishing your qualitative research. So I think we all are, I'm going to hazard a guess that we all are somewhere among these 4 bullet points. And I want you to take a moment to reflect on how you genuinely feel about qualitative research, because I've shared with you already that I did not start out as a qual researcher. And I think Rashida has heard this story before. I was very, very quant-minded. Coming from a background in psychology, psychologists want to be seen as scientific. We want to be seen as good as our colleagues who use like numbers so fluidly. We want to be like, we want to be seen as being methodologically rigorous. So for me, originally, that didn't tally with qualitative research. It took me a shockingly long time to get to the stage where now I feel like I missed several opportunities when it came to qualitative research projects over the years. So I'm very comfortable with qual research now. I know, Rashida, you're also like mixed method researcher, or like you appreciate qual and quant both, right?
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you. So I'll pose this question for the students here, and then we'll have a pass of mic quickly to see what are
Yes.
their opinion. All
Great.
right.
Thank you.
Are you all from the accounting and finance commerce stream? No. So which means, all right, good. So we can explore. I was thinking, Linda, if they're all from accounting and finance backgrounds here, they may tend to get heavily quant. So we'll have a quick pass of mic. Just to answer to Linda, take a moment. So giving you 30 seconds to reflect. How do you feel about qual research? It's perfectly okay to say, I just don't like it.
Right.
Linda is perfectly okay with that. We also have Ivan here from Goldsmith University, who may touch upon a little bit about the publishing part. If you could add something, Ivan. the last bit. So yes, Linda would like to hear from you. We'll start passing the mic. Where is the mic? Oh, yes. Keep passing. It's okay. Just what comes in your mind. 30 seconds. I'm going to give you time. Okay. Hold on, Linda.
Yeah, hi, Linda. I'm Shantanu. I'm doing my research. My research study is qualitative, and what I feel is when you collect a qualitative data, when you talk to while taking interviews, when you talk to a participant, the impact you can see that impact on their face and when they talk. Like where am I talking? You can just address what I'm focusing main on. So the beauty of qualitative studies, you can judge that and you can show that to you in your study. While in numbers, I don't think these all are very accessible and judged by the researchers.
Oh, that's beautiful. Did you
Thank
get
you. I did. That was fabulous. And I actually, you know, when you said the beauty of qual research, I thought you've encapsulated it so well. You know, it gives you something that numbers alone cannot give. I could not agree more.
All right. We have another student. Go ahead.
So, ma'am, I'm a new join as a scholar. So, ma'am, I'm doing a research paper and I am doing a study on green consumerism.
Okay.
And ma'am, I am doing a survey. Like I have adopted a qualitative research so that ma'am, my survey or my research can be more productive.
So you're doing a call to support your survey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Very good.
Which one is, how do you feel about it? Which one you feel?
Ma'am, I feel that quantitative is better than qualitative.
Okay, okay. Blanket, answer is ready. Quant is better than qual. No
Okay.
worries. Go ahead. Linda will summarize that at the end for you. Somebody else, go ahead. That's very honest. I appreciate. Go ahead. Even if you're a hardcore quant, we would like to know why you never thought of qual. Is it that the research question did not permit? Or were you like me who felt, not qual, it should be numbers? Were you like me? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dheeraj Sharma. I am a new scholar joining, and I'm doing a research in EV adoption. This is a quantitative research. I think quantitative data collection in quantitative research is easy as compared to qualitative.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a good that's a good point. Linda.
Thank you.
A scholar says he's doing a research on EV adoption. Quant is easy in terms of data collection. Do you agree?
It can be easier because, you know, especially if you're collecting data online and you have your survey link posted on different platforms and you can share that out. And there's that degree of distance between the quant researcher and the participants when it comes to data collection. So yeah, it can be. And I know with quantitative research, it's got its own challenges. You need very large sample sizes to detect, you know, and to have the power to detect a significant effect. And that can be challenging. You can't clarify things for participants if they stumble on one of the items, one of the questions. You can't, you know, well, what I meant by this is ... in the way that you can with qual. But totally get your point on the relative ease of data collection. Thank you.
So I hope you heard Linda. She said, yeah, she said that some of the challenges of quant would be, you won't be the degree of distance with the participant. You won't be able to say, clarify, ask further on questions, but otherwise, yeah, good to go. Go ahead, please. We have another participant. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohit, and I am in the third year of my PhD journey. And I'll want to take the conversation further on this quant versus qual only. My work is basically on the quantitative study. And at times there comes a situation that we use the insights from AI. And with the insights that we get from AI, we try to elaborate more in our qualitative or quantitative research that we are doing. So how does that help a researcher to add those insights in the already written context or literature that is present in the corpus? So that help from the AI or the insight comes under primary or secondary data, or that is some other branch that we can consider.
All right. I think that's for the next section of the
Yes. Yeah, you're kind of segueing very nicely into the next section. One of the things that I hope to do today is talk about the different parts of the research journey where AI can play a role. Now, I haven't specifically looked at, using AI to analyze the available literature at the moment, but I do know several colleagues who are doing this and who feel that it's very beneficial, whether or not they, when they do summarize or, like maybe even expand upon a sentiment analysis, looking at what's already out there, whether or not they end up retaining that in a finally submitted manuscript for publication, I'm not sure. But I know that it is a very hot topic at the moment. So, you're asking the right questions at the right time. Later we'll talk about what journals are saying these days in relation to this, but thank you for your question. By the way, before we move too far on, I want to say that a few years ago, quite a few years ago, about 10 years ago actually, I was teaching an undergrad research methods class to my first year psychology students. And I have a really nice quote about reflexivity from a journal called the Qualitative Research in Accounting and Management Journal. And it's a really nice one. I had a little look into it in the recent months, and it publishes qualitative studies kind of at the intersection of accounting and management, and really nice journal, good impact factor, worth a read. And I have no vested interest in it. I'm not a reviewer for it or on the editorial board. I've just come across it, and I think some of you might already be familiar with it, but if not, do give a look.
All right. She's asking you to look into the journal called Qualitative
Research in Accounting and Management.
Okay, Qualitative Research in Accounting and Management. The article is on reflexivity, right?
Yeah, it's a very old article, but it's one that I came across, gosh, 10 years ago anyway. But they publish a lot of interesting papers, and it's definitely worth a look.
Okay, so that's some journal that you could look if you're in that field. Those are doing accounting and management on qualitative research. So we'll get into your question. But Ivan, would you like to add some thoughts on any of these topics particularly? So last comment from this slide, we have Ivan here from Goldsmith University.
Hi, I'm not sure I have any new comments. So I'd say, qual versus quant debate, I think it used to be easier to publish quant studies in journals, but I think qualitative methods have become very, very accepted, right? So right now, I would say that it's that it's actually more difficult maybe to do qual studies well, but I think it's actually become easier to publish them if they're done well.
Exactly, Ivan. I agree. I think that, a well-crafted qualitative paper is a fabulous read, and regardless of the methodological position of the editor or the reviewers, like a good paper is a good paper. So I've seen more qual research get published in recent years. I've seen some odd and perplexing comments by reviewers who are from a very positivist background who end up reviewing a qual paper. But that said, it's been heartening to see a growth in the number of qualitative papers recently.
All right, thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Linda. Yes, Linda, we can go ahead. I think they all want a little bit on AI. Okay.
Okay, let's start thinking about AI. AI is everywhere and everything and all at once happening in so many spheres of life. So it's not surprising that we see the same thing coming up when it comes to our qualitative research. So at what stage does AI show up in the process? Now, obviously, AI has wide applications and has been used and is being used by many people throughout different stages of the research process. Now, some of these are very well accepted, others less so, and others are seen as being quite contentious and potentially problematic. Now, when it comes to research design, AI can be very useful for brainstorming, for coming up with ideas, for a back and forth, and sort of like this critical questioning or critical friend, and in terms of designing your research and making sure that you've considered all different options. Moving from that stage into like later stages of the process, particularly in relation to, as we get towards the end, interpretation, there is where I see a lot more debate in the academic literature. So why might these boundaries exist? If we think about the different stages now, the way I framed it here, this is just one way of looking at the research process. There are multiple different ways we could examine the flow from beginning to end. But from what we have on the screen here, does any part of this, AI in any part of this, feel uncomfortable to any of you?
Okay, I'll pose it here. What Linda is asking is, in this research workflow, in any part of this, where have you felt AI is most comfortable? Have you felt AI is more comfortable to use in the research design? Definitely, hopefully not. You're not doing data collection using AI. So tell me if anyone has used it in qual research. How have you used it? Or where you feel going forward confident to use it? Yes, go ahead. Somebody want to take? Yes, please give them a mic.
Yes, ma'am. I used the AI. That is from a Max QDA AI. So in that software, I used AI for the to making the generative codes, also to transcribe the data, the audio file.
Okay, he has used it for coding purpose.
Yes, in Max QDA. Now, Max QDA is an example of
Transcripts and for coding purpose both.
Okay, for transcripts and for coding purpose.
Transcripts and coding. Yeah, it's very well established software, very well-known tool. And I think when it comes to transcription, there's a very strong argument for using AI as support, even at the coding stage. Although there are that's where the perspectives of writers on this tend to diverge. But yeah, I would say that transcription is perfectly okay and a sensible way to minimize the time constraints.
Thank you. Any other
Maybe
ways that you've used even at the initial stages? Even if you've done quant, go ahead and tell me where you've used in quant. That's fine, absolutely.
So my suggestion, better than the question, is that if I am using AI in the initial stage to frame a design, research design, so will that be, a supportive decision? Supporting me to create a design, or that will be a decision-making stage?
Well, I think that there's scope for AI at the research design stage, as long as the final decisions you can stand over and justify why you've chosen that particular approach. For me, a lot of the questions around AI use in qualitative research boil down to one thing. Can I finish a project, submit it for review, and be able to justify all the steps along the way? If I can, then AI has probably been quite supportive and quite helpful to me. If I can't, then I've kind of lost some of my control over the project, and I'd be a bit cautious. But I think when it comes to research design and coming up with ideas for designing projects, I don't have really much of a problem with using AI at that stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I wonder, will this play for me? Let's see if the sound plays. I hope it does. If it doesn't, that's okay.
As a researcher, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by the weight of qualitative data. Between interviews, articles, and notes, finding patterns seems impossible. And insights can be elusive. There's a smarter, better way to perform qualitative research and analysis. Meet NVivo with Lumavero's AI assistant. NVivo improves your research flow, boosts productivity, and reduces manual work. With decades of expertise, NVivo provides powerful, intuitive qualitative data research software, all while safeguarding your data. Do more with NVivo. Your research team just grew by one.
So this is very similar to MaxQDA or other qualitative data analysis software. You know, traditionally, when we look back at these tools, I used to say to my students, these are tools there for you to manage and store and, you know, use to keep your data and keep your data safe. But I used to say to students, they're not going to analyze the data for you. And now I don't know if I would feel that comfortable making that same statement in a classroom, because they definitely have more functionality. They've got AI embedded in the software now. So there are cases where, you know, the tool itself is analyzing the data. And this is where I start to feel a bit uncomfortable, or more than a bit uncomfortable, because qualitative research has long been seen as this human endeavor. It was something, you know, unlike quant, where you use, let's say, SPSS or R or any other package to analyze your data, qualitative research had that human element in it. And while these AI tools exist in qual research, is it now the case where the decisions are being made by the researcher or by the software? And it brings me back to the point that I made earlier. If questioned about the themes that were you know, identified in the research, or the process of, you know, theme development, would I or would you be able to stand over the decisions that were made? Because that is, I think, vital as a qual researcher, when we're looking at something that is a very human experience, where people are sharing, you know, in the cases that were talked about earlier, you know, sustainable consumption, or looking at the experiences of failed entrepreneurs, like very personal, subjective data. And I believe, and this is my thesis on it, needs that human touch when researching. But I wanted to share that short video with you to prompt your thoughts in relation to it. And you can have a think about it. We don't need to discuss. Okay. So, academic integrity, one of my favorite subjects. I think this is essentially what I've been getting at throughout the initial part of today's workshop, looking at how you can justify the way in which you've reached your decisions, whatever that they might be. And really here, it doesn't matter whether we're talking about qualitative data or quantitative data. We could be talking about any kind of project. We could be talking about a theoretical paper, a desk-based paper, a review paper. It could be anything. If we can stand over the body of work that we've created, that's the goal. So academic integrity and analytic integrity in this case, I think, kind of go hand in hand. There should be that coherence between the research question and the methodology that's been chosen, the decisions that have been made, and the claims that have been made from the findings. Because with any research paper, there has to be a reason for it. And the conclusions that are drawn from the findings, they are things that, you know, in an ideal world, people will pick up on them. Something might be in your paper that brings about a meaningful change to policy or practice. And this should be grounded in the data. It should be something that we as researchers can stand over. We are accountable for what we put out there in the world. So it's, not so much the procedure or where we use AI, but rather at the end of the day, can we say, this work is ours, I stand over everything that's in this paper, any claim that I've made, any decision that I've taken, and any recommendations that I'm proposing. They're mine and I can justify them. I want to talk to you a little bit about, what people are saying at the moment, what researchers right now are talking about when it comes to, the human versus AI in research. And here I'm specifically focusing on thematic researchers. I know that there are areas of qual research that differ quite significantly from one another. But what we do know, and we'll kind of start with the facts of the matter. Qualitative research takes a lot of time. I think that anyone who has done a qualitative project will wholeheartedly agree with me that qual research takes an extraordinary amount of time and effort on the part of the researcher. I remember when I was doing my PhD research, I did a mixed method project, and I had 3 qualitative chapters and I had 1 quantitative chapter. And in 1 weekend, I finished all my quantitative analysis and I had written up pretty much that chapter. But the 3 qualitative chapters took me years, like literally years. So I'm just sharing this not to show that I shortchanged myself on the quant. I didn't. I feel like that was probably one of my better chapters in my PhD, and not to suggest that I was taking my own sweet time with qual, but because qualitative research demands of the researcher their thought process. It demands that you sit with the data, that you immerse yourself in what's going on, in what your participants have said. It takes much, much longer to do qual research. So it's attractive to a qual researcher now starting out, if they are seeing that there are tools that can help them code and create themes, I can hands down agree that that is a very attractive proposition. But does it do the job of a human researcher? Does it do as good a job? Is it as nuanced? Is it helpful or unhelpful? And there are discrepancies or divergences among researchers in the field. Perkins and Rowe have said that, AI, it can do an awful lot very quickly, but it might miss nuanced interpretations that a human researcher could capture. And I tend to agree with Perkins and Rowe on this. However, Naeem said that AI could actually be helpful and it could provide researchers with a richer and more nuanced approach than traditional or human-based. So we even see that when we're looking at the same thing here, the use of AI in the actual coding and theming stages, we have researchers who are utterly at odds with one another. There's more nuance from humans, there's more nuance from AI. And I don't know if I can say that, these are right or wrong, or if it's more likely to be on that kind of continuum that we were talking about earlier in terms of accountability. I think if you look at AI as being, like in the video from NVivo a moment ago, another researcher on the team, and maybe a researcher who's not going to have the final say, then I think it's probably allowable. If it's going to be AI is the primary researcher, the principal researcher on the project, and the human is along for the ride, that's where I have a problem. And there are people who've seen like massive benefit in AI in areas from, I said it before, thematic analysis, sentiment analysis. And this is something that they're writing about right now. You don't need to look very far to see the debate in the academic literature on this. It's really interesting. It's a very interesting time to be a qualitative researcher. There's a lot going on in the field. Some researchers are saying, though, that AI isn't great at, when it comes to the integral human side of what we look at. We don't do qualitative research because we want to generalize, because we want to say that something is statistically significant and say, oh, well, it applies to the population at large. We don't do qual research with this in mind. We do qual research because we want that inherently human account. So to take this human account and then to sort of mechanically process it with AI, there are some people who feel like there's this disconnect. I do like what Della Fiore and colleagues said. So here they've talked about the need for the human to be central to the process. So there are opportunities for AI to enhance research efficiency, and that's a great thing because, and I'll circle back to the point I made earlier, qualitative research is very time consuming. So in terms of the number of hours that you need to spend on your research, it can help. It can help to use AI, but you as a researcher, your agency, your decision-making has to remain central. If you are looking at, let's say, themes that you've developed independently, and then you think, oh, let me just check what AI would find, and you look and you see, well, there's discrepancies here. Well, which one are you going to go for? It brings in a whole bunch of questions, but you as a researcher, your agency matters. What you see in the data, remember, you are the subject expert. And as thrillingly brilliant as AI might seem, I don't think it can replace the wealth of knowledge that you as a researcher in your field have on your specific topic. So there are people like Della Fiore who feel that humans need to remain central. Bunt and colleagues refer to it as an intellectual partnership between the human and the large language model. So this is one way we could look at AI in our qualitative research, almost as a research assistant, someone who is working in the background, who you can kind of bounce ideas off, but who you would not, give the responsibility for the analysis and the write-up of your work to. And some researchers talk about the benefit of having custom GPTs when it comes to qualitative research. So I'll just move rather quickly on because I wanted to share with you, many of you might be familiar with Braun and Clark, and they are two very, very well-established researchers in the field of thematic analysis specifically. They've written on qualitative research in general, but when it comes to thematic analysis, they are the pathfinders. They've done a ton to popularize this as an approach. And needless to say, they've got some very strong, well-informed opinions on the use of Gen AI in qualitative research. So quite recently, in the last, well, actually just in the last 4 months or so, Braun and Clark and many other qualitative researchers globally have banded together to sort of write an open commentary on the role of AI in qualitative research. And they have multiple concerns of this, namely the fact that Gen AI is incapable of meaning making, and meaning making is central to the process of qualitative research. So if Gen AI can't have that meaning making that a human researcher can, this is an area of concern. They again reiterate the fact that qualitative research needs to be this human practice. And for me, this is maybe the most compelling argument of all. The fact that qual research, its very purpose, its very reason for being was to, show the unique subjective human experience. If we're trying to do this for participants in our research studies, then we, as researchers, we need to retain that human practice and that skill of working with data. They also raise an alarm to the potential harms of Gen AI because, there's environmental issues to think of, there are social issues to think of, and Gen AI is not without its costs. We've seen it talked about a lot in multiple different platforms. So these are just some of the concerns that these qualitative researchers have. And collectively, their experiences, I can't even tell you how, because I've no idea. I can't tell you because I've no idea, but the wealth of experience shared among these researchers is quite phenomenal. And I think when they band together to issue this manuscript commentary, for me, that says a lot about the state of play in this area. I want to give you a little bit of time to engage in a small task. So Rashida, if you wouldn't mind helping group people together in 3 groups. And this won't be a very long task because it's a very short little synopsis in each one. I think it will take no more than 5 minutes or so, if that's all right. And
All right.
then they can feed back.
Sure. So would you form in 3 groups? Yep, Linda?
That would be perfect, yeah.
Quite a lot of students for 3 groups.
Or what about, if it doesn't work so well like that, what about you allocate, they could work in small groups and just choose one of these 3 scenarios, as long as somebody or one group has each of the 3 scenarios, that will work.
All right. Okay, so how do you think in terms of infrastructure, what's easy for you to work in a group? Can one set of students turn your chair the other way around? Then we can have 3 groups. Does that make sense? No? It's not easy? Okay. If chairs are fixed, so sorry, I didn't hit that. All right. So can we have in a line together? Moving around? That's better? All right. So those who are sitting on your own, if you could just move around a bit. Okay. Just join for a discussion. No need pen, paper, etc. Last row, which one? Pick up a scenario. Last row, which one would you like to pick up? 1, 2, 3, because we need everybody, the whole class, somebody to do 1, 2, 3. 1. Last row. You will take up scenario 1? First one. Okay. So the last set of scholars are taking up scenario 1. Who is doing scenario 2? Okay. So we have done scenario 1, scenario 3, 2. No, audience. That's a good one. That's very I wanted to get into audience. Just pick one number. 2, 1. All right. Okay, and then first here, let's join. Number 1. All right. So 1, raise your hands. Those who are doing 1. Okay. 2. Yep. 3. Okay, perfect. So yes, Linda, we have scholars, future doctors are all grouped into 3.
Wonderful.
Should we give them?
I think just 5 minutes or so, not even 5 minutes, because they're very short little problems that I shared.
And they are supposed to, what is the expected output?
So I'd just like to hear from them. Genuinely, I'm not suggesting that there's a right or a wrong answer to these. I have my own take on it, which I will share. But I'd just like to hear, in a nutshell, their thoughts on this in terms of ethics, research integrity, transparency, privacy, etc.
Okay, got it, perfect. So 5 minutes for you to brainstorm, and one member from each team, you will tell us your thoughts of the team on these topics, on what are your thoughts given this scenario. On this scenario, what are your thoughts on data privacy and confidentiality, transparency and disclosure, analytical accountability, and that's something Linda stressed upon, analytical integrity, researcher accountability, publisher expectation and responsibility. So go ahead, 5 minutes. All right. So Linda is waiting to hear from you. Linda can grab a quick coffee for 5 minutes, and we'll be back soon. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, sure.
So, country published a research paper IGR or research on my question is, some research staying in different for example, the one I said it was like so they was published. My question is, are organizations where AI is better than
We can ask that's a good question. But that's what she said. Can you stand up and explain?
there was no competition where I it was just it was just
and the thing is, still we ask us
Okay. Yeah, scholars, are you ready with your answer? Yes. So, Linda, they are ready. We are going to pass on the mic. The first team, when you start sharing your thoughts, please first tell the scenario that you have taken. Good to go? A little bit of silence would be great, listening to everybody. All right, Linda, we'll have the first team presenting. Go ahead. Thank you.
So my answer is that if so we have accepted the first scenario.
Can you hear, Linda?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have accepted the first scenario and we thought that AI, if we use AI, like we have taken interview, we have taken a quantitative interview. If we have studied the person, his expression, his like nature, characteristics about something, and we put on AI, it doesn't tell us the logical reasoning or its expression like what we want in our research. So it is a no from our side that AI cannot be make such themes according to our research.
Okay, so Linda, team
Very
one, which looked
interesting.
into scenario one, says AI does not capture the emotions, the expressions, the feelings of the research.
Logical as well. Logical reasoning as well.
The logical reasoning behind the answer that was given by the participant. So the first team says complete no to thematic
Yes,
analysis,
ma'am.
coding using AI.
Yes, ma'am.
Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that and for articulating it very clearly. I tend to agree with you. I think that there's a lot that could be lost, especially the wealth of information you get when you're sitting across from somebody and you're interviewing them that isn't going to be picked up so clearly, even if you're video recording it, not audio recording it. It might not be as detailed, and that fine-grained detail, that sense you get from even doing the interview, that can come out in your analysis of data. Thank you for that.
Okay, someone else with scenario one. There was one more team with scenario one. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. So we have one more team who did scenario one. Yes, over to you.
Okay, so from my viewpoint, I pretty like to use AI for the coding as well as to get the suggested themes. See, when we are asked to the AI what all the themes can be done from these 5 transcripts or 10 transcripts, it doesn't mean we have to accept those themes. To take an idea, we have to work on them and then we can go for it. It's just a brainstorming with the AI what can be done, not what we have to done.
Right. That's a very important distinction you've made there. And I like that you've said that. You don't have to accept them. You can have your own themes, your own take on it. You can ask AI then, like, what would you come up with? What are the themes? What are the quotes? But you would use it in the same way that you might at an earlier stage of brainstorming, kind of just looking across and seeing, am I on the right track? It's sort of like a sanity check, but again, emphasizing that you do not have to take the suggestions of AI above your own, which are probably very grounded in the data. Thank you for that.
So here I have a question to the scholars and to Linda out here. So now AI is good to suggest themes. So I was just wondering, Linda, should we use AI after we do our first set of coding so that we are not biased? Or should we do it secondary as a sanity check? What do you think?
Okay. Do you want, maybe put the question out to the floor? I know what I think, but I'm
okay,
curious.
I'll ask the students then. All right, scholars, what do you think? What do you think? I mean, yes, go ahead. Please use a mic so Linda can hear.
I think we can just first do the manual work and do like analyze on the basis of our human judgment, like what it says, what the themes and the interview says. And after the first step or second step, we can go for the check for the themes if that matches with the AI suggested themes. I think that is more valid, which doesn't violate the actual analytical accountability.
Okay, thank you very much. So anyone else with a contrarian view out here? Who should go first, AI or human, or AI and human parallelly after each transcript? Okay, I do one transcript and then AI does the other transcript. I mean, AI, of course, you'll be putting in together. Yes, somebody has a different, go ahead.
Whenever we are doing AI, or as Banashiri said, ki first we have to do the human coding. So what I think, after the interview, when we conduct the interview, just after the interview, we already done the first level coding. For the second level coding, we need AI. What is making, like the suggested themes, I must say, what is in making? So for that, we have to use AI, or we can also take our own way to.
Okay. So, Linda, over to you. What are your final thoughts?
So my thoughts on it are actually my thoughts on it could be synopsized in like one short sentence. You know, who makes the final decision? I'm sort of more aligned with the first respondent who said, do the manual work yourself first. Just because I feel that that is where you coming fresh from the interview or the focus group with all the experiences and the thoughts you've had, even while you're doing the process, you know, you'll be writing a few notes, you'll be jotting things down. That's when everything is fresh in your head, and nothing can beat that. But when it comes to then maybe wanting to have that list of codes to do a check, is there anything I've missed? You know, these are the things that I have. I've got all these things, but have I taken a 360-degree view of that person's experience, or have I been hyper focused on some particular angle that for me came out of their data, and that has led me to neglect something that's quite apparent and that others might find? You know, we talk about this with our students a lot, the fact that if I give my students the same transcript and I ask a group of, you know, 100 or 150 students to analyze it, to do the line-by-line coding, they'll come up with different codes. So it's not that we would want or expect AI to replicate the exact codes that we've identified, because that it wouldn't happen. But the fact that it wouldn't happen doesn't mean that we've made a mistake, any more than if I were to give you all a transcript and say, please code it line by line right now. If there was a difference between your accounts, it wouldn't mean that you'd made a mistake either. It would mean that you've seen in the data something that others have not.
Okay.
Thank you for your answers to that scenario one.
All right. Thank you very much, Linda. Students, I hope you got to hear her views. And yep. Yes. Now, scenario 2, who would like to go ahead? Yes. Please use a mic. Thank you. Okay.
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 We have discussed it, she can answer.
Okay, scenario 2, please. Yes, go ahead.
So in scenario second, talking about the different like data privacy and firstly talking about data privacy and confidentiality. So as we will be sharing our transcript to on the AI for summarizing it and encoding it. We need to share it on any AI platform. In that way, we are hampering our data privacy.
Participants' privacy, right?
Yeah. And second, transparency and disclosure. We haven't informed the participants, and that violates the correct guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
And third is analytical and accountability. We are responsible for that analysis part, and the codes are to be generated by the researchers.
Okay.
And on the fourth, that it's totally violated in this scenario, the fourth one, because no publisher expects you to do the coding and all this through AI.
Okay. Do we have anyone else on scenario 2? And then Linda can share her views. There was only one team. No, I think we are the last team on scenario 2. No? One? Anyone else from this side would like to share? Same views? Okay. So, Linda, what are your thoughts? Students say that it's a violation of research ethics when you have informed the participant information that only the researcher will read your transcript. So, what are your views? Plus, is there a solution to this problem where I want to use AI later on?
Yeah. It's a sticky one because, I mean, this is, we've just been very brief in the little synopsis given here, but, you know, reading between the lines, we can imagine that nowhere has it been disclosed beyond what has been said in this little point here, that their work, or sorry, not their work, their interview or their data will be shared using AI. And, you know, depending on the AI tool used, is that being used to train AI? What happens next? Where does that information go? Potentially, how is it being used? Somebody who agrees to take part in an interview on a particular topic would not in their wildest dreams imagine that their transcript or their recording would be plugged into any AI tool. So, I mean, it does certainly it raises concerns in relation to data privacy, the confidentiality, you know, and when it comes to the summarizing and coding part, yeah, again, that brings us back to accountability and having that audit trail, that paper trail throughout. These are the decisions that were made and why were they being made in the way they were. So thank you very much for your take on that. And I agree with what you're saying. I'll come in a moment to what the publishers are saying in relation to this, because it's been interesting for me when I was preparing for this workshop. I wanted to see, well, what are the publishers saying about this? Because to be honest, I hadn't been reading anything too explicitly, clearly stated until now, but I do have some stuff to share with you before we wrap up. So thank you for that, scenario 2 group. Scenario 3.
The last scenario, yeah. Yes, go ahead.
So in the last scenario, a journal has no explicit policy on AI use. And if the authors decide to not mention AI, thinking that disclosure might not be viewed positively, so in our opinion, it will be very wrong and unethical, as it comes under the accountability of the authors to disclose the information that is relevant for peer reviews as well and the editors. So we have decided that it will be wrong. So we would like to, publish all the information that is available with us. So if we have used AI, so it must be in the disclosure, as it will violate the transparency as well.
Thank you for that very clear take on the third scenario. So yeah, the fact that you've said it's unethical shows me that, you know, even if a journal doesn't have something clearly stated, we as researchers hold ourselves to a high standard of accountability and transparency. So, you know, if we were to hide something, taking advantage of the fact that maybe the journal hasn't been as clear as it should be in relation to AI use and their policy, I think it's a really nice sign that we as researchers hold ourselves to a high standard regardless. So thank you for that. Anyone else with scenario 3?
Anyone else want to share something on scenario 3? Good to go. How many minutes we have?
Don't have very long.
So we have last 10 minutes.
Yes.
So Linda, over to you for the last.
Okay. So I'll move on then. I wanted to share with you a little bit about what the publishers are saying. Now, I believe these materials, you have access to them, and I'm more than happy for you to have access to the slides. These are live links, so you can click into it and you can have a look at what some of these are. So what I've determined is that publishers seem to care less about the tools you use specifically and more about the authenticity and, you know, the reliability. Now, I don't mean reliability in the quantitative sense, but the reliability in the sense of, can they trust what is written? Can they trust the claims you've made? So Elsevier, they have an AI policy as a publisher. I don't know if all the individual publications under Elsevier are as clear as this, but essentially they have highlighted that no content should be uploaded to any AI tool which infringes the authors or the publisher's intellectual property, because intellectual property is, of course, something to consider here. The accuracy, the comprehensiveness, the impartiality of AI-generated output matters. And they highlight the fact that we all are very well aware of, that AI generated references can be incorrect or fabricated. I've kind of lost count over the years of the number of hallucinated references I've come across. And this is something also to be mindful of. Of course, it's not specific to qualitative research, but it is something to consider. And importantly, editing and adapting all material thoroughly to ensure the manuscript represents the author's authentic and original contribution and reflects their own analysis, interpretation, insights, and ideas. And this is something that, for me, as a researcher, never mind qual or quant, put that to one side. As a researcher, this is the clarity I need. This is all I need to know. If what I'm submitting represents my own authentic, unique contribution, I can stand over it. Taylor and Francis has similarly come out with their take on the use of AI, generally supportive of AI, as long as it's helping authors in a responsible manner. So idea generation, that's the research design element that comes in early on, or maybe even looking at some analytical components in a new light. Language improvement, workflow efficiency, all of these things can be made better with AI. And they've gone a step further, and they've actually highlighted some examples of tools that could be quite useful. While they're not recommending them, they're saying, yeah, these are examples of ones that could be used. They do demand that we all as researchers have full oversight of the process, that we take responsibility for any kind of inaccuracies in our data and in our write-up. And I think this is quite similar in ways to other publishers across the board. So that brings me close to the end of our workshop. I believe that some coding and interpretation, we can use AI, but we cannot delegate this important human task to AI. So we can use it in a light touch way, where we as researchers take the vast responsibility of determining this is the output that we have. These are the data that were shared. This is the process that I engaged in. This is what I found. These are the conclusions. I think this matters, and this can't be delegated. But I do think that there are ways in which AI can help us as researchers. So AI is not going to assign the same sort of meaning or importance that you would as a human to your research project. And I think that qualitative meaning, it's so subjective, so contextual, so informed by our place and space in the world and in history, that, this sort of very special, uniquely human endeavor needs to be protected at all costs. So interpretation being a very human thing, grounded in the lived experience of participants. For me, there's like an epistemological mismatch between qualitative inquiry as we know it and AI. And I don't want anyone to leave the workshop today thinking, Linda Hyland, anti-AI, complete Luddite, keep her away from technology in case she spoils it for all of us. That's not my agenda at all. But what I want you to leave the workshop today with is a sense of ownership of the process of doing your qualitative research. Use AI judiciously. Use it to help. Use it to enhance the process for you, to maybe support you when it comes to the transcription. Like, some people are very even at the transcription stage, obsessed with transcribing themselves, because they feel like that's kind of stage one of familiarization with the data. I've never been completely of that mindset, because I feel like you can become very familiar with the data regardless of whether or not you're like physically typing out the words on the keyboard. But I do believe that with qualitative research, as long as we, the human researcher, retain oversight of the process and are willing to put our names and our reputations on the line, and we'll stand over them and we'll defend them. That's all that I personally can ask of myself or my students. So this is how I see the qualitative research workflow. AI can inform design. I don't think it can decide for you. I don't think it can justify design choices, but it can be a useful research assistant for you in this sense. When it comes to data collection, I have yet to see an instance where it can replace a human in terms of data collection. It's technical labor transcription. You know, I feel like AI is fine to use there. In terms of familiarization, sometimes summaries can help. You can get AI to summarize a transcript, not to analyze it, but to summarize it. It can risk losing a deeper connection with the data, but as long as you are judicious in your use of it, I think it can be useful. And for me, the interpretation stage, meaning making, we cannot delegate this. This is my opinion, and of course you're at liberty to have your own thoughts on it. But before using AI in your qualitative analysis, ask yourself a few short questions. Does it align with your research question and your epistemology? Are the participants in your research genuinely informed about the potential for AI use? And have they provided consent that their work their interview or their focus group transcript be shared or uploaded to AI? If asked, can you show or explain your thought process? And can you defend it in a Viva or a peer review? So that's just my my take on it. I have this, now this is a 50-minute video. There was no world in which I was going to play this right now, but it's in the material and you can hear from Virginia Braun of Braun and Clark fame, and you can watch that later. And I want to end with a paper that Rashida and I and a couple of our Middlesex University Dubai colleagues worked on a couple of years ago. It's a qualitative paper. If any of you are interested in this particular type of research, there is a link to the paper here, and you're more than willing or more than happy to, I am more than happy for you to read it. This was an interesting experience for me doing the workshop, and I am so super glad and super thankful to Rashida and to the team at Amity for facilitating this. It is, yeah, I'm really, really glad we were able to do the session at the scheduled time, and yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's for you, Linda. Can we have one student, one of you would like to come here to summarize your thoughts, and then we can give it to Sir for final. So Linda would like to hear from one of you your takeaways. Maybe a quant researcher to give a view on this. Linda would love that. Come over. So she'll come to the stage so you can see her on the screen.
Great.
Over to you, please.
There's my
Stages.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
So first of all, it was a very pleasing experience to listen to your insights, valuable insights. So yes, whatever you have told us, like about the judicious use of qualitative AI in qualitative research, has been very fruitful, and definitely we can use it in our study and the future researchers. And as we advancing in the age of AI, so we cannot be left behind. But yes, we have to not replace the human touch, but we have to judiciously have a mix-up of human as well as the AI. I think the insights were very useful, and hope to see you soon in a very physical mode, maybe in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for sharing your thoughts. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I'll just summarize what Dr. Linda and Dr. Rashida Sorry, I'm using Rashita. It's all right. Dr. Rashita Bo. Yeah, you will be getting very soon. We are expecting that you will be getting very soon from this university. I hope you are doing. So let me summarize what has been discussed. Background of using qualitative research, then selected research methods based on research quality, interpretations of phenomenological analysis and reflexive thematic analysis, researcher reflecting ethical decision making and methodological transparency, reflection on qualitative research, qualitative versus quantitative research, AI in the qualitative research workflow, ethical boundaries in the qualitative and quantitative research, where to use AI in the workflow, how the qualitative research can supported by in vivo. Human touch is required in research, analytical integrity in qualitative research, AI or human, where AI could be helpful, where human researcher importance is paramount. What are the key researcher in the what key researchers in the field about the AI in quantitative research says? Some says AI benefit thematical analysis. It's sentiment analysis, from thematic analysis to sentiment analysis, and AI helps. Some says middle ground, human interpretations, interpreted agency remains the central point. Then, there is an intellectual partnership where synergetic relationship between LLM and human researchers is required. Then Linda Madam also pointed out Jose 8 last papers about reject the use of generative artificial intelligence for reflexive quantitative research. Activity was carried out about the ethic, transparency, and research integrity. What academic publishers are saying about the Elsevier and Taylor and Francis, how Elsevier has a stringent AI policy, while Taylor and Francis is little supportive. But there is a reservation also. Why the AI coding and interpretation cannot be delegated completely, and qualitative meanings of contextual, cultural, and situation analysis, use of AI judiciously. All this has been discussed. And it was a very interesting session. So many things has been covered. I just could jot down few points. Much more has been discussed, and participants were very active, and they were actively participating in this workshop. On behalf of the organizing team, I'm sincerely thank all the speakers and participants and coordinator for making the pre-conference workshop on theory of development and research in the age of AI a grand success. Your active participation, insightful discussions, and intellectual engagement enrich the learning experience and enhance the academic values of the program. We are grateful for your time, commitment, and enthusiasm, which made this workshop meaningful and inspiring. We look forward to your continued support and collaboration in our future academic endeavor. Thank you once again, the participant, and also the session chairs. Thank you. Thanks. Thank Dr. Linda and thank Dr. Rashita.
Thank you very, very much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I wish you all the best for the conference over the next couple of days, and I do hope very much to see you all in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. We'll be signing off, and from to the scholars out here, and yeah, have a lovely evening, and we'll keep you posted on the next 2 days. ICACCF 2026.
Thank you so
hold
much.
on, don't go. There's a photo. Hold on. Okay. Sir, please join us. Hold on. Come. All the volunteers come in. Hold on. Come, sir. Come.
You can join for IT in the foyer area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See you. Take care. So tomorrow, please 9 o'clock means keep your family